Welcome everyone to Haven of Horror. As always, I am subject. We have Robert, Jim, Wild, and Noah thinks this is a zombie movie. Torgo. How's it going, guys?
Pretty
I'm
good.
just glad that you didn't call me Christopher Eccleston's character. I don't remember
I
his
don't know
name.
what his name is.
I don't remember his name, but I just do not want to be compared to that guy.
It's Doctor Who. Duh.
Yeah.
Oh,
So Robert, we're gonna see the Ninth Doctor get to be a pervert.
Hell yeah. This is
which
before he's the Doctor, right?
Yes.
yeah,
So
this is like
because
10
Doctor
years
Who comes
before.
back in '05 and he's the
Okay.
first
hmm
Doctor. So this is the first thing I see him in. And then the next thing I see him in is in GI Joe movie. And then
Yeah.
I finally see Doctor Who, and by the time I see Doctor Who, I've kind of forgotten about this. It's like I know that guy from somewhere because he looks very different in this movie. I think.
The first time I see this movie, when he's on screen, I'm like, is that Ray Fiennes? It's not. But then Ray Fiennes is in the new one.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
There you
I,
go.
I have managed to avoid anything about the new one other than people are split down the middle on the ending, which shocker, people are split down the ending on a movie
Yeah.
or down the middle
That's
on a movie.
Yeah, I don't want to speak a lot on a movie I haven't watched yet. Just some of the reactions are interesting. Where I'm hearing a lot of people saying, "Oh, that was like weirder and more experimental than I was expecting." And then
It's
going back and
borderline
revisiting this one,
experimental.
it's like, but revisiting this movie, it's like, yeah, that's what this is.
No, no, it's funny because this is more experimental, and then the second one we'll get into it is more of a traditional film.
It's it's especially of that era, like a late 2000s horror film. It's very, don't want to say by the numbers, but it's in that vein of what's going on.
Noah, what is your kind of experience with this movie? How do you feel about it?
Well, how I feel
Speak.
about it is, yeah, how I feel about it is, I really like it. It's one of my favorite movies of, and I think we're gonna get back into the debate later, but I do consider this to be a zombie movie.
You are wrong,
Um,
sir.
yeah, I think we can get into it once we start watching the movie, but um, I've actually only seen this two times. Uh, I actually the first time I watched it was a long time ago. We did a watch party of it, John, and that was the first time I saw it. Um, but this was a movie that has always been like on my list to watch, and I just had never gotten around to it until that point. Um, but now that I have seen it, I really like it.
Yeah. So it's interesting because like I think this movie's good. It wouldn't make my top, even maybe a top 20, maybe a top 20 horror. But there is a comic series that kind of bridges the gap between weeks and days. And I was having a conversation with someone earlier. Does it annoy you guys that we went from 28 week days to weeks to years?
Not really.
Not really. Like, if that if we get another movie like relatively quickly after weeks, I'm sure it would have been 28 months later, but there's
Well, that
such a
was
long
the
gap.
that was the original plan. Is that there was already
Yeah.
a third one in the works. It's just funny because they took so long. Now they've had to skip it and go to straight to years, which is awkward.
I think that's fine. I think if you want to do like a tie-in like book or comic or something that's called 28 months later, like bridge that gap,
That's what
that'd be
I'd like
cool.
to see. So the
Yeah.
last thing I want to say about 28 years later that does have me nervous is they shot that and a sequel back to back. I didn't know
Mhm.
about this.
I did not know about
Uh,
that. Okay.
yeah, so it's called 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple,
Mhm.
directed by Nia DaCosta, who did the Candyman reboot and the Marvels. And that's where we're bringing back Jim.
Oh. Oh.
I didn't look too deeply into it, but I love her direction. I think she's got a good eye. So if the script's good,
I just
I'm looking forward to it.
you took so long with this one. Why are you now like we gotta pump these out. We gotta pump them out. We gotta.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's a literal part one, part two situation, but like they're definitely made in close proximity to each other. And then there's a plan to do for sure a third one. to make it the 28 years trilogy. I guess I don't know. We'll see.
That that sentence just made me want to go to sleep and like never wake up. But all right,
Is
gents.
this Jurassic World?
Yes. Well, I'm not you. I don't fall asleep at the slightest drop of a hat.
Oh. And before we get into this,
one.
obviously this is live commentary. So I'm watching this on YouTube, and this version has the like new Sony Columbia logo up top. Do you guys have that, or do you want me to skip past that to
Uh,
the Searchlight
Mine
logo?
just starts with the Fox Searchlight logo.
how
Okay,
long?
I can skip to there.
How long is your movie, just in general?
Mine is 153.
That's what mine is, so we should be good.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Oh, weird, because it's like a 10-second. Well, okay. Yeah, no, like it's a long logo, but if you think it's fine.
I don't know. I haven't. I didn't actually get a chance to watch this version beforehand, so I'm winging it.
If Noah's starts at the Searchlight logo, I'm just gonna skip there because, like I said, this is like a 30-second.
Well, but the
Columbia.
problem is, if you do
Just to be
that,
safe.
and our movie is the same length, how long is your movie, Noah?
153.
Yeah, so they're all the same length. So if you skip ahead, you might throw everything off track.
Not if he starts at the same logo that we're all looking at.
Yeah,
But
well,
if our movie is all the same length,
okay,
and
but I'm hearing that, but mine is close. It's really close. Mine is closer to 154.
Okay,
If
John.
okay,
it's
just
154.
just skip the logo. If you're ahead of us, I don't want to hear it. All right. In
Whatever.
3, 2, I forgot to open the timer. God damn it.
And this is why we
Robert,
have to
you
remind
distracted
you of
me.
things.
Well, you distracted me with your
Professional.
stupid logo bullshit.
Oh yeah, because we've never run into this problem before.
I don't know what you're talking about. We
Apologies
never
for
have.
being prepared.
I'm just messing with you, Robert. All right, 3, 2, 1, play. All right. Slasher Fred, I think that what made the original 28 Days Later was such a very popular movie. So that was the first to introduce the fast-running zombies trope. I mean, they're not zombies, but other than that, you are correct.
They're pretty close to zombies.
They're not.
This
They have one thing in common with zombies, and that's they don't talk.
That's the only thing they have in common. Okay,
They're
that's
not.
funny.
They're not dead. They don't eat human flesh.
Yeah, they bite people.
I think you could argue
They're
that
mindless.
once they're infected, they're as good as dead.
They're mindless beings. Then oh my god, stock footage. The scariest thing.
So one thing with this movie that I don't think works all these years later is the way it's shot. A lot of this movie looks rough.
Ooh.
Uh,
See, so this is, and I don't, yeah, this isn't on 4K or anything, and I think it's actually kind of hard to get this movie physically, but I like the look of it. Which is strange because I kind of agree with you, John, and I do think it does look a little dated. But it also, I don't know, there's the way that this is shot just brings like a real grittiness to the material.
And it's a very specific 2000s grittiness where it's very of its time, but for me not in a bad way. I like the rough digital look. It gives it a very like documentary feel, but of this era.
Yes. Yeah.
right.
And there's just like a
and when I say
scrappiness to it too, that
when I say
just,
that,
like,
it is
really
definitely
works.
intentional, and they are achieving what they are setting out to do. I just don't know if it's gonna age as well as like Snyder's Dawn of the Dead in another 10 years.
No, I watched this yesterday with my roommate, and we were watching it on our 4K TV, and he was like, "Oh yeah, even on this 4K TV, this movie looks really like crunchy." And I was like, "Yeah, I think it works though."
Yeah, for me the crunchiness is just it's part of the atmosphere.
I remember this
and the
scene I
vibe.
will never forget, and I feel like whenever people mention this in other media or parody this is the scene that they do.
Well, the setup is so interesting where, at least on a surface level, the animal rights activists are the bad guys.
Yes.
because they're gonna mess up real
Well,
bad.
and what I appreciate is it's not, oh, aren't animal rights people dumb? It's these are good people. They just fucked up. They didn't do their
They fuck.
research.
Yeah.
You know what this reminded me of on a rewatch?
So
The ending of this is how the ending of Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom should feel. It's fucked up and dark, but that movie plays it like it's a happy ending for some reason.
Yeah. Wow, that's the second time Jurassic World has come up tonight. That's crazy.
I just it's something I thought of rewatching this. Like
No, good call.
when she's talking about these monkeys, she might as well say like they're alive like me. Opens the thing.
And I buy why they end up doing it too, because this guy's like, "Oh, don't! They're infected," and they're like, "With what?" And he's like, "Rage."
Rage.
And it's like,
Okay.
realistically, like, how seriously are you gonna take that? Just
Yeah.
open the gate.
And how we explain the rage virus is really goofy. It's like, I don't know, we strapped a monkey and just made it watch stock footage of the news and okay. I'm not sure how these experiments work, but all right. It's very silly, but on this rewatch, I just had a whole experience with this where obviously we always know it's the rage virus, but I had forgotten like, oh, this movie's about rage, like it's talking about stuff. It's
yeah.
so the reason for because what the doctor here says is like to cure you first must you first must understand, and it's like
Yeah.
the people conducting these experiments, what they're trying to cure is rage, as in like civil unrest and people like what they're really doing is looking for a way to control people. It's how do we take away
Yeah.
people's rage to fix the problems of the world, and then of course the exact opposite ends up happening. They make things worse. It's just a classic sci-fi man playing God premise that really resonated with me on a
Now I will
rewatch.
say this stuff I think looks better than the rest of the movie will.
And this prologue may have been shot later. I'm not sure about that.
All I know is the making of this movie must have been a mess because there's like 6 different endings.
Yes.
Um,
And I mean, this was a low budget, scrappy movie.
and I still haven't seen any of this guy's other movies. Danny Boyle.
Oh, really? Danny Boyle, yeah.
I've obviously seen other Alex Garland movies now. If you haven't
Check
seen it,
out.
Civil War is fantastic.
I haven't seen.
I don't care what anyone says.
I haven't seen any Alex Garland directed movies. I still gotta watch some of his stuff.
Yeah, and I really wanted to like Warfare, man.
Oh my god, it's Oppenheimer's penis.
Okay.
So I forgot about this because obviously Alex Garland writes Dread, and it looks like he has an uncredited director's role in Dread. It's just funny to me that Dread and this share a writer. But it looks like he's writing 28 years later The Bone Temple too. That subtitle's gonna drive me nuts.
I need to see it in context.
You ruined the flow of the series.
What if they called it 29 years later and just made it the
Oh
years
god,
trilogy?
I think my OCD might go insane. 28 days later, 28 weeks later, 29 years later.
I'm
Fuck
trying
you.
to fix the title for you, John. What, would
You
you
should
call it 20 years later too?
You should have just made 28 years later, 28 months later, and just pretend that no time has passed. And then you could do the fourth one, which would be 28 years later, and just end it there. You don't need to do
see
any
the
more.
movies first.
I don't care. Just fix it.
So this scene right here is a little reminiscent of the opening of The Walking Dead to me.
Very reminiscent.
I feel like Kirkman has said he was inspired by this, but I could be wrong.
See, I feel like I've heard him deny that this was always his idea.
Okay.
Was to do a character waking up out of a coma. I don't know. There might be conflicting information out there.
I could be wrong.
I'm not sure. It's just this. So this movie comes out in 2002, but I don't think it hits America until 2003. and then like 6 months later, the Walking Dead comic starts.
Oh,
So
okay.
the timing is like, I'm not sure.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's a very similar
Uh,
setup, and it's a good setup.
Also, first movie I see, I'm gonna mispronounce his first name, Killian Murphy.
Cillian Murphy.
Killian.
First
I'm
thing I
pretty
see
sure
him
it's
in.
Killian.
This is the best scene in the movie. He opens a Pepsi can. He just woke up from a coma, and he opens a Pepsi can faster than Dakota Johnson could in Madam Web.
Oh,
And it's the same type of Pepsi can because that movie is set in 2003. It's all connected.
He's
Jesus.
gonna
He's
go
gonna
into
get.
another
Blew my
coma with
mind.
the amount of sugar he eats in this movie.
Well, and what's fun is they keep track of that because remember by the time he meets the woman and that guy that she's with, he's like crashing
Mm,
because he's on all this
Yeah,
sugar.
yeah, yeah. No,
yeah.
that comes up a few times.
And John, to your point a second ago, whether Kirkman comes up with that coma idea on his own or is inspired by this movie, when they're shooting the pilot for the show, Darabont's definitely looking at this movie. Like that intro goes on much longer than it does in the comic, and it's shot and framed very similarly to this sequence of this guy just walking around this empty wasteland.
Because I don't know if you guys have seen all of the different endings to this movie.
Mhm.
But most of them, the difference is just whether or not Jim lives or dies.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't seen any alternate endings, but I do know that he was supposed to die initially. I think in the first script.
yeah. And
We've
there's
waited
where
28 years to find out what the fuck happened to him.
and this is where Tom Cruise runs in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
Oh
Because
yeah.
These are
we'll
the only
get
two
to it,
movies
but
to ever use this location.
that is the weird thing about Weeks is it has like nothing to do with this one, character
It's
wise.
a it's a very standalone sequel.
It just feels like, well, this movie was very popular and made a lot of money. We need to get another one out.
Mhm.
Also, I just want to say like how incredible it is that they were able to film this. Like they
I
somehow
got to.
managed to clear the streets of London for I think a very brief part of time, but like
Mm.
still like
Yeah, this was probably all shot in like one day.
I don't know what you
yeah,
guys are talking about. This is just what London looks like.
No,
it's
the
just
first.
constantly empty.
I'm sure there are some matte paintings or like digital matte painting shot, but a lot of this is just in camera. And the
That's
first
what
time
I'm
I
saying.
saw
That's
this
just what
movie, I was
London
like,
looks like on a normal basis.
yeah, no, I'm with you, Noah. I was impressed by just all these
Yeah.
locations they were able to get, and I had that thought of like, oh yeah, this is kind of an end of an era, or like with how we shoot these types of movies, because I Am Legend, the Will Smith version, is kind of a turning point where that's a very expensive movie, so we are in a lot of real locations with streets shut down and stuff. But there's also a lot of CGI and green screens and background stuff. Like that's like the middle shifting point, and that fast forwarding out, and we just never do this anymore. Like we're not shutting down streets and shit, and it's
Yeah.
not to this level. It's like we could just do that digitally in post, and I don't know. It does have a different effect. Like when you're seeing shots like this, like they're just real. It's very eerie. All these streets and buildings just empty.
It's more
Slasher
unsettling than a lot of the gore stuff to happen later in the movie.
Yeah.
Slasher Fred, the instrumental song in the house slash in a heartbeat. Oh, hi no, bye Noah. Hi Noah.
Sorry.
Became so famous that it was used as sort of the theme to the movie. I'm assuming he's
It.
talking about the song playing right now.
Mhm.
By the way, I gotta get up for a second. I'll be right back.
You bastard.
Okay.
So I do have to say I respect the hell out of Killian Murphy. I don't know if you've ever seen any interviews with him. He does not care. He is there to do the job, and that's it. Uh, People will keep trying because he was on that show Peaky Blinders, and I saw an interview. I think he was doing for that where people kept trying to get him to engage with like memes and stuff people had made. He's like, I don't know what that is. I don't care. Like,
He's like had that interesting mix as a career of both television and movies because he's done a lot of stuff.
Well, I think it helps. I love Cillian Murphy. He's not a leading man, except for like
I
Oppenheimer.
Yeah, like I think he is. He's
In
both a
what?
leading man and a character actor. He's a lead in this movie.
Well, but this is like a small budget. I'm talking about leading man. Like he's not like a Tom Cruise or.
No, like of course not. Yeah, he's not
He
a
did.
huge A-list star like that. But Oppenheimer was huge.
I was gonna say
Uh,
he did win Best Lead Actor for a movie that came out a few years ago.
He's definitely more known now than he's ever been before.
Yeah, but I'm
Um,
saying up until that point, like he was more of a character actor in movies,
mhm,
so it's easy. And it's easier for that kind of actor to cross over into TV and
yeah.
back and forth.
Sure,
Like
yeah.
you're not gonna see Tom Cruise in a show like Peaky Blinders. You're just not
Mhm. But
No, true. Yeah.
that's also the exception, not the rule. Like there are very few A-list stars on that level.
anymore. Yeah.
Um, yeah, certainly,
Slasher
absolutely.
Fred. I don't know if you guys ever seen it, but there was a sad original ending. There's like
Oh
so
yeah,
because
we'll
I
talk about
remember on the DVD there's and it pissed me off because some of them are never shot. It's just like storyboards,
it.
which doesn't do anything for me personally because sometimes I don't even know what I'm looking at. But there's like 4 endings, and I think he dies in 2 or 3 of them.
Most of them, for sure. We talked over it. That's one of my favorite visuals in the movie. Is
Oh, yeah.
the end is extremely fucking nice.
Yeah. I
Who
love
wrote
that.
that? I love this shot because at first you're like not even sure where you're looking at. Just this mass of bodies on top of each other.
No, this is a wonderful. This might be one of my favorite scenes in the movie, just for how haunting. And this is kind of the shift where you know what's happening.
hmm I forget. Okay, do they? I did just rewatch this. Do they specify somewhere that like what we're seeing here? It's like the I Am Legend creatures where it's like no, generally they sleep during the day and they're active during night. Like, do they make that? Okay.
Because the general idea, the way I've always read it, is they are just living bodies infected with the the living personification of rage. They're not
Mhm.
out to eat you. They're not out to infect you. They are out to kill you because they're
Yeah.
angry.
Mhm. I would still say though this is Danny Boyle riffing on that genre and the stuff Romero's doing, and even Romero is
And
reinventing the zombie with each movie.
speaking of Romero too, I found this scene also pretty reminiscent of the first scene in Night of the Living Dead
Yeah.
in the graveyard, where at first he's not sure that that is a zombie approaching him.
It's not
Mhm.
a zombie.
And then he says, "Oh God, sorry, like I just hit a priest over the head." But I don't know. I see fast zombies or infected or whatever you call them as like a subgenre of zombies at the very least. Like again, this is riffing on that
Yeah.
material and those tropes.
Well,
At
I
least
mean, it's funny how influential this non-zombie movie is to
on the
the
zombie
zombie
genre.
genre.
Oh right, I forgot. Only things that are in the same genre can be influential to a genre.
No, but I mean, come on, John, they're so
Yeah.
connected.
But I look at those zombies the same way I look at vampires. There are lots of different types of vampires in fiction. We've discussed this
But
at
what do
length.
those all have in common? They drink blood
They're
and they
somewhat
normally come
undead.
out at night.
And these things
Don't eat
bust
flesh. They're
people.
not dead.
They they they're kind of
They
undead.
bite,
You don't have
infect
to shoot them in
people.
the head.
It's an infection that spreads. It also serves the same narrative purpose as most zombie movies. It takes place in an
This is
apocalyptic setting.
where I'm gonna complain a little bit about the way this is shot. This is really hard to tell what's happening at times.
I think this is pretty cool. I have much more issue with that in the next movie.
And
Oh yeah.
that's gonna be an interesting one because I haven't seen that in years. Tyler, classic Noah, always bailing. That's true. That's why we call him
Yep.
Bailing Noah.
We
Yeah.
call him Noah the Bailor.
Oh, sorry. Tyler. So, question for the group: Would you call this movie if it's not a zombie? It's a post-apocalyptic infected movie. It's not, but they're not zombies. There is a clear line.
I don't think there is. I think it's more of a gray area.
I think that, see, but to me, John, that line is so thin and this distinction is so small, it's really not worth making the distinction to me.
Even when Romero like co-ops the zombie word into his own thing. Zombies have always been undead.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
not. These things
People.
aren't undead.
They might as well be dead.
I mean, yeah, they're as good as dead.
And also with
You don't know
Romero,
that.
also with Romero though, when you get to Dawn of the Dead, part of the commentary is the idea that there is a little bit of their personality and soul intact. Like I said, Romero's changing the rules as he's making his movies.
Right, but they are
I think
still
that this
fundamentally dead. Yes, there's a little
yeah,
person.
but I don't know. I think
It
that this is
establishes if you're infected before
But
the
even
infection, your
vampires-
heart stops.
But with vampires, I feel the same way about. Sometimes it's like, well, no, you're literally dead, and then you're reborn as this other thing, or you're just a changed person. Again, vampire things we explore and change and
But
riff in all
vampires are
sorts of ways.
always blood drinkers who usually can't, who most of the time can't go out at night. I can only think of one time that that's not true, but at least off the top of my head.
But one of the things you just mentioned was invented for a movie.
Which one? The night?
like they only go out at night, right? Like,
Well, he does that in the book too, right? It's not that he won't be. It's not that he'll be burned to a crisp, but it's he's weaker.
He's weaker in the daylight, but he could still walk around. Not to turn this into a vampire discussion, I'm just saying vampires, werewolves, zombies. They're all in kind of the same group for me, where we're just riffing and doing different things, or we're never consistent.
This is adding to a long conversation between other filmmakers of what a zombie is.
Yeah, but if you were to ask me, do I consider this a zombie movie? The short answer is, yeah, it's Danny Boyle's take on a zombie movie. It's different.
I mean, if he's gonna do his take on a zombie movie, he should have put zombies in it.
They're kind of zombies. Do you consider Return of the Living Dead a zombie movie?
Yes, they're dead and they eat people.
But they talk and eat brains. That's different.
But they're dead and they eat people.
But John, I think
I don't know why this is such a hard concept to get. If they are dead and they eat people, then they're zombies.
Because it's hard to get because they operate the exact same way as zombies, except for
they don't.
minor differences.
But
do these things eat people?
They bite people.
Do they come back from the dead?
Kind of. They change. They become something else.
But they don't die first.
But a lot of people in zombie movies are not coming back from the dead. They
name one,
and then they turn.
Okay, but no, what you're missing there is in 99.9% of those scenes where somebody's bitten and turned, they establish they are dead before they turn. The infection kills them, and then they come back.
To bring up the vampire thing, we're not consistent with that with vampires either. Sometimes you die and are reborn, and sometimes you just transform into one.
But you always come back as something that needs blood to survive, and is at the very least weakened by the sun.
But then you get something like I Am Legend, which is a proto-zombie novel that's like an in-between of zombies and vampires, because that's just what vampires were, what those things were referred to at the time. But and to my earlier point of, I still consider this a zombie movie, and if they're by your definition not zombies, it's still playing with the same tropes and conventions of Romero's movie.
But if you're gonna call it a zombie movie, then it has to have zombies in it. Like
they're kind of zombies.
Okay.
I think there's a couple other very distinct nods to Romero later in this movie too that we'll get to.
Slasher Fred, the original movie makes me think of the Twilight Zone pilot, Where Is Everybody, where the main protagonist wakes up in the deserted town. I haven't seen it.
That's a good call. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I haven't watched this in a long time. But is there concrete evidence that the person remains alive after the virus infects them, or could the virus infection kill that person and reanimate them in the process? If that is the case and it kills them and then resuscitates them, then they need to establish that in dialogue, because that's not how it looks in both times we see somebody infected.
Yeah, in this, it's more of like a transformation.
Zombie movies specifically establish dialogue that says the infection will kill you and then it will bring you back.
I don't know.
I
I
mean,
feel like we
okay,
just
to be fair, at least like the big ones. I can't speak for all zombie movies because there's 6 billion of them, but
and this scene's really good.
yeah.
Yeah. So this kind of brings into one of the other main themes about this movie that I picked up on, and um, I'm gonna. I feel like I'm gonna sound silly talking about it because I just keep thinking of The Haunting every time I bring this up.
Oh
But this
no.
movie's also kind of about family.
And that's what's
It
so
is.
powerful about it.
Yeah, that's what's so powerful about it.
I mean, I could see that because obviously these are Jim's parents, and then later we're gonna have Mad Eye Moody and his little girl.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Blew my mind when I learned that's who that was. By the way, I don't
Gleason.
Oh
recognize him
yeah.
in this movie.
I love Brendan Gleeson. One of my favorite character actors.
Yeah, and we'll see how the sequels play out. But one thing people keep asking about and talking about is Cillian Murphy. Is he coming back for one of these? Are they bringing him back? Like
And
I,
they
I don't
are.
know. Maybe. Yeah. Well,
No,
we'll see.
Robert, it's
But
confirmed he's in that Bone Temple movie.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not looking deep into this stuff. But we keep talking
Fair
about
enough.
Cillian Murphy, and it's like, can we also bring back Naomi Harris? Because
Yeah.
she's great in this movie.
No.
Yeah.
If you like her, you should read those comics that I mentioned that bridge this in month and years or
Okay,
weeks.
but that's not bringing the actress back. That's a comic.
It's the character. It's close enough.
No, but I like Naomi Harris's performance in this a lot.
Yeah, I think her character, at least in the first half of this movie, is very strong.
Robert, is this other guy? Isn't that the older brother from Freddy vs. Jason?
Oh my god, is that who that is?
I think it
I'll have to
is the
see.
one that you only see in the one sequence in the bathtub.
Hmm. I don't believe so.
Okay. I mean, I don't know
Though
why
I
I'm
can see the
asking. I have the
resemblance.
cast. I, I have the cast pulled up. What is this guy's name? Oh, Noah Huntley. Oh no, it's not.
There's some other
Okay.
guy.
Yeah.
Who are you, other guy?
Oh, don't worry. He was in Days of Our Lives.
Yeah, he likes Days
They did.
projects.
They did a spin-off Days of Our Lives.
Of course they did. And this
Like
is one
in
of those shots where it's
2021.
oh shit! Like this shot is so weird, but I love it.
Where they're
Yeah, like
just
what's
sitting
that
at
thing up in the top left? Like
Oh yeah.
It's such a
smudge.
weird transition.
All right, I forgot that was a transition.
Yeah, there's like so many odd editing choices in this movie, but I really dig it. It just gives it such a specific, such a specific, vibe.
Are you
Character.
sure about that?
Yeah.
Oh, this so Mark that I thought was the older brother is older Peter in the Chronicles of Narnia. That was his very next movie. He's in it.
Okay.
I think he's in it for like 3 seconds, but
That'd be like one scene.
yeah.
Uh, one issue I did have watching this. I don't know if you had this problem rewatching it, Noah. At least on my copy, my digital copy, the sound mixing is very bad. I had to turn up the volume way high just to
Oh
hear the
yeah,
dialogue, and then a
yeah,
zombie shows up and it's like, ah, God,
I'm
it's so
having that
loud.
now. If I didn't have subtitles, I
Yeah.
wouldn't know what the hell's going on.
yeah.
Mhm.
No, so I don't have a great audio setup, but I did find myself having to like play with the volume a lot. Um, just like the
And I mean,
dialogue
it's
scenes,
it's always
I
been that way.
it usually is, but for this, like the dialogue scenes are so quiet.
Well, no,
It's
I'm
like I
talking
have
about
no
like with
idea.
this movie. th- I can remember having that problem going all the way back to DVD. It
Oh, okay,
sounds like it
okay.
was It sounds like it was recorded on like a cheap tape player sometimes.
Yeah, and obviously that could just be the way it was made, but even then, like you could still fix that in post. Like,
The problem is this movie doesn't hasn't gotten a proper re-release. I have it on
yeah,
Blu-ray somewhere, but a lot of those Blu-rays didn't do much.
yeah. I This scene is so shocking. It's like, oh my God,
I think
just very bloody and brutal.
this is such a weird movie in that it wants to look really, all grounded, realistic. Um, but then you think about some of the rules and like the plot. Jim has the most plot armor I've ever seen. Okay, so think about
Yes.
this. Think about this. The rules of infection are you can't get blood even in your eye. And he just
Yeah,
managed to escape getting ambushed by those two without an ounce of blood
that
anywhere.
that's like my big problem with this movie is there are many scenes where characters aren't wearing any face covering for no good reason. And I'm like, put on a mask, put on goggles. But this is a great scene though, where her buddy is infected. And she just fucking kills him. That
Yeah,
really shocked me.
at
And
the drop of a hat.
John, we were talking about Walking Dead earlier. Do you think Kirkman's inspired by this character when he creates Michonne? Because I have that a lot.
I could see that.
I mean, I know she has a katana, but like her machete is like her signature weapon. Her looks kind of similar, and Michonne is introduced like a couple years after this movie.
So Tyler brought this up. I don't want to talk about it too much because I feel like it's been talked to death. Can we just stress that streaming services have really strange habits when it comes to availability of films? Netflix used to have this movie up until a few months ago, and now the new film is out and it's nowhere to be found.
That happens a lot.
All I will say that baffles me is because if you think about it, Disney owns this now, which is my big worry
Yeah,
when they announced we're shooting 3 and 4 back to back. Why isn't this on Hulu?
right. Well, this happens a lot, but I think why that usually happens, it's like, well, we could have the older movies on one of our streaming services, but because a new one's coming out, or we could remove it from those services because a new one's coming out and force people like us to pay for them to watch right now
Ugh.
because they might be
Yeah,
more interested. Uh,
that's cool.
Thanks, studios.
Thanks, Disney.
But I mean, I don't want to defend Disney because I don't have any love for them. They don't do that a lot that I can think of. They don't usually remove or
Yeah,
add movies from services.
yeah, but I think that happens more with stuff like this, though, like not
But
like
then if they were going to do that,
Disney.
why didn't they remove like the old Alien movies when Rhombus came out?
That's fair. And also, I don't know if this has like if there are also like rights issues with this because this is one of those out of print Blu-rays.
I was real
This was
lucky. I wish I'd stopped to look for it that I got my Blu-ray when I did.
yeah, this was a hard movie to find and even watch for a while. I mean, at least we could. I mean, it sucks that you have to pay for it, but at least it's on.
Yeah.
At least it's somewhere
And now you
digitally.
own it digitally.
Yeah, yeah. Noah, I don't know if you saw my message, but right now, these were on sale. So I bought this one for $10, and 28 weeks later for $5. So it was
Yeah,
like either spend $8 to rent both for a couple days, or just $15 to own them. It's so
yeah.
okay.
I do want to have a physical version of this
Yeah,
at some point.
Good
I just
luck.
don't know. I
right.
know.
I'd prefer to own it physically, but Right now, it's not an option.
I like how Noah's like, I want to own this movie physically, but like the last 4 commentaries we've done, he's like, I don't have this movie. I had to rent it.
Yeah.
Doesn't own a single physical copy. Don't go watch our physical media video.
Don't. That video doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But also,
It's also crazy. This is 3 years, 2 years if you're American before it begins.
yeah. And you know that Cillian Murphy first auditions for Batman, right?
Yeah, I've seen
And-
his audition. I think it's really funny they still use the Kilmer suit.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I guess that's just the suit they use at Warner
That's
Brothers.
tradition now. Pattinson wore it.
I
Because
was gonna say Pattinson
yeah,
did that too.
because if I remember correctly, with Superman they still use the Reeves suit, no? Or is it the Routh suit?
Sometimes. I know
I'm
Cavill
not
wore the
sure.
Reeves suit.
Okay.
I mean, we say the Reeves, one of them, one of many they
One of-
made making those movies.
Well,
yeah.
but they're all the same design,
Yeah,
more or less.
But yeah, I know
Tyler
Cavill
says,
was,
well, it happened with Mission Impossible. I know it's a different studio, but I mean, you just pointed out it's a different studio. Also,
Mhm.
like, I'm struggling to think of big examples of that. Maybe it's because I don't have Netflix at the moment. At least here. I'm sure it happens. Tyler, what would be your strategy if you were stuck in a post-apocalyptic virus-infected world? Find the tallest building and jump.
Find the
Well,
nearest mall. Reenact Dawn of the Dead.
No, because I am fully self-aware enough to know I am not surviving this.
So we do this a lot in this type of fiction where a character will have like full riot gear and then they just stop wearing that later for no good reason.
Well, because now we got to
It's
see their
person, though.
face.
Yeah. No, I like the idea of like, oh, if you get the blood in you, like whether it's through your mouth or your eye, it's
No,
like
that's
you're
a
fucked.
super cool idea.
That's scary.
This guy later on, his infected scene, I think is one of the most tense because it's
It's
not in a
great.
big fight. It's not running from a horde. It's there just happened to be a bird, and he looked up.
Yeah, just wrong place, wrong time. And it's a really believable situation too.
Yeah.
No, I remember as a kid, well, teenager. I was on my way to being a teenager by this movie came out. I just remember this movie being like a string of movies where survivors would only start making dumb mistakes once they cared about people. I was like, is this like the like meaning of these apocalypse movies? Like you become dumb when you start caring about people again? Because the same thing happens to what's her name in this movie, Selena. She gets attached to Jim and that little girl and starts making stupid decisions.
This movie's about
So-
why you shouldn't have families.
Also, young Brendan Gleeson looks like old Christopher Nolan, and it's really tripping me out.
Well, that is Christopher Nolan. Just he time traveled, like
This
except
is where he falls on the
or like
Christopher
Interstellar.
Nolan, Brendan Gleeson spectrum.
Is that right?
I mean, now that you point it out, kinda, but I don't know. Still looks like Mad Eye Moody to me.
Tyler says he studied this movie in his media class.
Oh, cool.
Is this a Christmas movie?
Yeah.
There's Christmas lights.
Well,
and
this is what
Christmas
this is.
music.
This is what the meaning of Christmas is. Fuck everybody else. We have lights.
So, I don't know if I've really made this clear enough. On this rewatch, I was like, oh, I love this movie. I think it's great. I've got a couple issues with it. One of which being on this rewatch, noticing, oh, this kid's a really bad actress.
Yeah. We here at Haven of Horror do not bully child actors, but
I hope she's doing all right. I looked up her Wikipedia page, and she retires from acting like shortly after this movie. She does like one other thing, and that's it. So
I hope she's doing well.
she's doing all right.
I do think, yeah, I'm with you. I think she's maybe the weakest link in terms of all the cast.
Don't
here.
worry,
Definitely.
Disney will pay an ungodly amount of money and bring her back.
And I mean, it's a lower budget movie. They're working with what they have. I
mean,
can be
this
more
was
forgiving.
also that was also just the thing at the time. Like there weren't a lot of great kid actors in the early 2000s.
I mean, there are
I mean,
exceptions, but yeah.
yeah, but I think every era has their share of not so great kid actors.
Mhm.
It's a pretty
They're
common
gonna
thing.
come back.
It also blew my mind when I realized Selena is Calypso in the Pirates movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Moneypenny.
Hmm.
Moneypenny in No Time to Die.
Yeah.
Well, in
Yes.
all the Craig movies.
Well, three of them. Yeah, I think I first see her as Tia Dalma in the Pirates movies, and then I later see her in Bond and find out she's the same actress. I'm like, that's who that was.
Yeah, that blew my mind
Oh,
when I
you know
found
what?
that out.
You're right. I forgot she's just like Moneypenny in all of them. Because
Yeah.
she's in 3 movies, and I remember one of them.
Yeah. Well, I say all of them. I think starting with Skyfalls when she's
Yeah.
Yeah, because
introduced.
there is no Moneypenny in Casino Royale.
Right.
No, but I like the relationship between Jim and Selena here because they have those discussions of she's very survival headed first, don't get attached, and he's a bit
Yeah.
more open to human connection.
Well, yeah,
The
for
thing
him,
is,
this
all
just
he
started
wants
like
is
yesterday.
attachment. Yeah, and this all just started for him, and he just lost his family, and I think he spends the whole movie looking for a new family, which
Yeah,
he
I
kind of
think
gets here, and then you get to the Christopher Eccleston stuff, and even that's a little weird.
there's a lot of stuff going on in this movie.
Yeah,
Uh, but she, at least at this point in the movie, is just very pragmatic and like,
yeah.
no, I'm just using these people. Like this, if I think this is gonna help me survive, yeah, I'll stick around.
She's all about self-preservation, and then
Mhm.
she starts to form a connection with these people, which, kind of to your point, John, maybe leads to her making some dumb decisions.
Yeah, we'll
But
get there when we get there. I don't remember her doing a lot of dumb stuff. I just have issues with. I just don't think she gets a lot to do in the third act. That's my problem with it.
So
yeah,
many.
she's kind of just reduced to a damsel at that point.
Yeah. I love scenes like this. Just the practicality of surviving an apocalypse, like how this guy's trying to collect water, and he's like,
Yeah,
"Fuck, man, it hasn't rained in over a week. When does London stop raining now?"
One of the
This is
most interesting ideas I think in this movie that I wish we explored more, and I don't feel from what I remember the sequel doesn't take advantage of, is this isn't a worldwide epidemic. This is specifically isolated to England.
right. Also, one thing that's really funny, I think obviously there are tons of props here. They're just bringing in whatever they can get. There's got to be some people behind the scenes not getting the memo of what's going on in the scene because there's like some laundry baskets there with holes all around them. It's like
Yeah,
someone
I
collecting
could
water.
see,
this one
I
catch
could,
water.
I could see them. Yeah,
Brendan Gleeson just left them there. He intended to do something else with them.
I just love the idea that like Gleason's character's just like brain damage. He's like, yeah, this laundry basket with holes that'll catch the water.
That'll catch the water.
Okay, so
Oh,
this is the biggest question I have. Because this is a repeating loop. I'm assuming he's done this before. Is this the first time he's hearing this, or is just now we have to go? I don't remember.
yeah, I don't remember either. I think they just know we're running out of time. We don't have enough resources to survive in this apartment forever. And to the movie's credit, like this is a military broadcast. Like it sounds legit. Like it's not just our random voice that they're hearing. And remember, we're like a month into an apocalypse. So this is definitely yeah, we probably shouldn't pass this up.
Yeah.
We like these like this father and his daughter, you know, they've been held up in their apartment for the whole time, and they've now reached that point of, oh, we can't keep waiting for things to get fixed and get
Oh,
better because that's not
he just
happening.
answered it. It's we can't do this on our own. We need the two of you. This is
Right.
where I think Selena starts to make some dumb decisions. You are a survivalist. You, for all you know, this could be a trap. I'd be like, no, y'all are on your own.
Yeah, but I don't think she has strong enough reason yet to think that this is a trap. I mean, she's skeptical.
Yeah, and
Um,
she needs to be convinced to go with them. She's like,
Yeah.
well, what if we die? It'll be safer to just stay here.
Yeah, like they do argue about it.
Yeah, but I don't understand why she gives in and goes. Like she's made it clear she doesn't care about these people.
Well, what's her other option?
But I think that
She's
she
clearly
actually
fine being
does.
on her own.
She
Well,
grows
she's
to care
another
about
guy.
these people. I think that deep down inside, she wants the same thing Jim does, which is human
But that's what I'm
connection.
saying is she's starting to care again, so she's making sloppier decisions.
But I think maybe that's
It's a bad thing.
I
maybe
mean,
that's kind of the
with what
point.
happens, it kind of is a bad thing.
Yeah, we know as audience members, like with hindsight, oh, yep, that was a bad idea. But with their resources and information,
I
you get
mean,
it.
I don't
You got to
buy
take a shot.
I don't buy somebody that's been putting on this cold-hearted exterior for a month suddenly at the drop of a hat goes to the first like sign of civilization she can get.
I disagree.
I've never been in this situation. I don't know how I would.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I'd react either, and maybe this is what what anyone would do. It just, I feel like the Selena from that killed her partner wouldn't be making
Yeah.
this decision.
Well, because that is, but I think that is a front. That's like that.
She's still a human being.
Yeah, that's a strategic front that she needs to put on so she can survive.
Okay, so then she's gonna drop her any strategic thinking
She's
the
dropping,
minute she
but she's
can.
dropping it because this is like the first real family she's had in months
And
or
Then
days,
what was
whatever.
Mark?
he was a partner.
Yeah, and she killed him on the drop of a hat. You expect me to believe that she's gonna move on from that, care about these people so much that she's willing to chase them, follow them on a goose chase?
It's not a goose chase, though. It sounds legit. It's the
Okay, but
military.
it's also a recording. For all they know, the military could be dead.
They talk about that. Like she knows it's a risk.
I
But
understand that.
what's her other option? Just staying in the apartment by herself?
Go off on your own like you were before. You were doing fine.
She had a partner.
I also think that she feels
alone.
I think that she feels closer to Jim and then grows closer to like Hannah and Brendan Gleeson than she ever was with the other guy.
Yeah, I think and I think she latches on even harder to Jim once she's had to kill her other friend, because now this is all she has. I love the setup of the scene of like all the rats running. It's like, yep, that means infected are coming.
Uh-oh.
And this is when I die, because I could not change a timer in 30 seconds.
This is one of those, like, I don't understand the time slide here.
This is one of the most tense scenes in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
No, it is, but like, how fast are they going? Like, what's the distance here?
Mm-hmm. Frank. Oh god, I love that shot of just the red light on his face. It's so good. This is a goofy shot. I wonder if it goes on too long. Where very quickly they give up and are like, ah. Oh well. Maybe we should have got the shot earlier.
They don't have anything to be mad about anymore. All right, so this scene coming up here, I know it's not a mall, but I do think that this is an
Yes.
intentional nod towards Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, and this is where I'm gonna agree with John and say I don't buy Selena's behavior here. Where this is an important scene for their humanity. It's a real bonding for them moment for them, like shopping. I don't buy her just throwing cans into shopping carts and making noise. I think she's way more quiet and careful during it. This is a scene where I think she's inconsistent.
Remember Rice Krispies?
I like
Well,
it. I like
Robert,
it
you
in
know what we
theory,
have to
though.
complain about this? All the product placement. How dare they have products in there?
I'm so glad this isn't an IHOP.
Yeah, yeah, no, she's not a survivalist anymore. She's just like a wine mom going to the grocery store.
Well, and I think that's
Yeah, I
like
mean,
what
she's.
they're going for, but I think it's just dialed up too much.
But I think
Tyler,
she's doing this to survive, and she's. I don't know. She's just having fun with her new friends.
She's
okay,
having
but
fun, but
Noah, would you, if you're this person, or you have this person's personality, which is very no nonsense, and that's not a
Yeah.
front. She is a no nonsense person who has struggled and fought to survive. Would you, at a drop of a hat, just start throwing things very loudly into a metal tin with no thoughts to survival whatsoever?
they're
I don't.
really
I don't know.
assuming that they're safe here.
Uh,
Yeah.
Again, I just
Tyler, I
don't
think
like the
I'm
scene well
gonna.
enough.
Tyler says, I think I'm gonna go see Ballerina. Noah or Robert, have you seen it? And also, John, what did you think of Bloodlines? I mean, if you saw my Letterboxd review, I loved Bloodlines. It's good.
Hell yeah.
And have you guys
I
read
have.
the Walking Dead comic? I have, and Robert and I really want to do something on that at some point.
Yeah.
I have not read the Walking Dead comic yet. I really want to, though. And I haven't seen Ballerina. I don't know if I'm gonna. I love the John Wick movies, but
Noah
I
hates
just
women. It's confirmed.
no. I just could not care less about spin-offs for John Wick.
Yeah, because it's got a woman in it. If it didn't have a woman, you'd be excited.
No, I
I
like Ana de Armas.
I have heard the movie's pretty fun. I'll check it out at some point.
Noah was. I remember when it was announced. Noah was like outraged. It was very strange.
He got
Stop
the
trying
rage
to make
virus.
me an anti-woke guy.
Um. So to you guys' point, this also feels like a Dawn of the Dead reference or like tribute.
Mhm. Yeah.
This is the scene where they stop to fuel up the plane.
Yes.
Just not as
And
funny.
and there's gonna be a child that our protagonist has to kill. A lot like Dawn of the Dead.
Funny
That
how
has
this
one of my favorite.
non-zombie movie has reverence for zombie movies.
What kind of hoodie is that? Is that like a kangaroo pouch in the front? What am I looking at? What kind of jacket are you
Oh.
wearing, Killian?
A silly one.
No, what's even your point there? Movies have reference for movies of other genres all the time.
I know, but this is really looking at zombie movies.
It is. And what I was
Especially
saying,
Romero.
what I like about how this movie explores rage, just it's this idea or this feeling that like inherently isn't good or bad. It's just something we all have. It just exists. The question is how we manage it and how we use it. Rage is just a big scene this whole movie, and this is a scene where now that he's had a few days in this world and has kind of come to terms with all this loss, this is the first time we see his rage kind of let out. This is his first time where he gets to get his hands dirty, and again, he's not being a survivalist here. He wants to punish something, because he's got this anger he's got to get out, and then that's going to be really important for the climax of this movie.
You know what this movie needed, Robert? The
But
rage to be selective, and if you're a good person, you get superpowers, and if you're a bad person, you turn into a hideous monster.
yes, let it flow through you, Killian. And then again, though, my question is,
John laughs at child murder.
Just the way that was shot, he just turned around and whacked him in the face with a baseball bat. It's great.
and then, but again, my question is, put on a mask, wrap something around your mouth.
Yeah,
Like the
no, they
Yeah.
they all become really stupid at a certain point and stop protecting their face.
No, that's like my main like plot hole issue with this movie. We're just real inconsistent
Well,
and
and it's
convenient when
weird
people get infected and when they don't.
because they do that, but then they also call attention to it by having the one guy be unprotected, and that's how he gets infected.
Hmm. And that's a scene where I buy it. You know, his guard's down. They're not in the middle of a fight. But there are scenes later where I'm like, put on a mask, put on something, cover your
Do
face.
you think this movie predicted 2020 where no one wore a mask?
Yeah, it has a whole new
You know what?
vibe now.
I'm kind of interested to see if the new movie touches on any of that, just because that's
Mhm.
happened since these movies have come out.
I remember the early like COVID memes of just all like those empty streets and areas where people are like, shit, this
Yeah.
looks like 28 days later.
Also, I mean, I don't know how far they're going to go with this, but just with the theme of rage, I'm interested to see how they update that a bit, just with how rage has been like become so much a part of like internet
How about a
culture.
zombie tweet?
Yeah.
I really hope they don't do any of that.
I I'm open to
Just,
it if it's done well.
just don't trust that it will be.
Well, I mean, it's
I I have faith in these guys.
particularly in this genre. Like there's always social commentary going on. I mean, that goes all the way back to Night of the Living Dead, and then throughout Romero's trilogy, and then his later movies where he leans too hard into social commentary.
Yeah.
No, one thing that I really love about this movie is this is as like reflective and as much of a time capsule for the culture and attitudes of the time as Night of the Living Dead was for 1968. You know, this is a post 9/11 movie through and through. um this
Yes.
is such a specific early 2000s like angry vibe to it.
Yes.
Like how Night of the Living Dead is a very angry movie. And also, Noah, one thing we've talked about before, though, with like the difference between like zombies or zombies or infected, whatever you want to call them. One thing we never talk about is how Romero invents the modern flesh-eating zombie with the Night of the Living Dead in 1968. He also invents this trope with the crazies just a few years later. This owes as much to the
Oh
crazies
yeah.
as it does Night of the Living Dead.
Does, yeah.
I've still never seen the Crazies, so
And you should.
The remake is better.
I should. Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
think so. I like both.
Interesting.
The original The Crazies is one of the most aggressive downer movies I've ever seen.
And that's a lot about rage, like this is.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's also more government conspiracy.
Yeah.
Um,
There's some of that in this movie too, though.
right, but it's not. This is a more focused on rage because the virus makes you angry, and that it's in the title. It just makes you crazy.
Mhm. But both you could say it's like you lose your inhibitions and self
And
control
this is and that
and
movie
become
is
more
much more
primal.
focused on the government.
Mhm.
A lot of Dutch angles in this movie too. It's something I picked
Mhm.
up on.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to do with it. Just that was just an observation. It's like Thor.
Also, okay, I'm not a medicine expert, but if she's medically putting herself to sleep, is she gonna be able to wake up on the drop of a hat like that?
It depends on how much you're taking.
I think that's. I don't think we actually touched on that, but yeah, I think that's another dimension to her character too. Is she's someone that's constantly taking, pills so she doesn't feel anything. Even though I do think deep down inside
Mhm.
she desperately wants to feel connection to other people.
Right.
It's just another way of her coping with the situation.
And what I like about Brendan Gleeson's character, he's the pure soul. Like, oh, you're too good for this world. Like, you're not gonna last. Like, he's still like trying to kind of preserve his daughter's innocence, and is the most hopeful of the group. He's not like, even though he's lost his wife,
No,
he's
that's my
not like
favorite thing
that
about
jaded
Jim is he wakes up in this universe and instantly goes, "Well, it's all fucked."
yet. This is a great nightmare sequence. It's just very subtle and just puts you in his head.
This is his biggest fear: is
Just waking up
waking up
alone again.
again and being alone
Well, and
again.
something that's interesting in the dialogue is he specifically calls for Frank and Hannah, but he never calls for Sienna or Selena.
I think he does.
No,
I have to.
he kept saying Frank and Hannah.
Okay.
He never says Selena.
Okay. And
He
that
just called him dad.
I love that bit because he's like half asleep. He's not
Yeah.
completely lucid and just saying, "Oh, thanks, Dad." Like that's such a nice. It's a very sad human moment.
Yeah.
I love this crew. It's just a really good small collection of actors, for the most part.
I don't think the girl's as bad as you guys do. I think she's fine.
There's
Like,
some moments.
there's a bit near the end where she has to act like drugged up and loopy and like monosyllabic, and I'm like, that's how you've been acting this whole movie. There's not much difference in how she talks. But yeah, I don't think she's horrible or anything.
And let me reiterate: we don't want to bully a kid.
Unless you're Robert, he hates kids.
That's fine. This movie's over 20 years old.
That's right.
Shut up! No, it's not. It came out yesterday.
On the road again. Why is the steering wheel on the wrong side of the car? Is this a plot hole?
Why are they
Yes.
driving on the wrong side of the road? They're
'Cause-
backwards
okay,
people.
so this is a question. Where's cars?
Hmm.
Like, this is the most
Yes.
convenient post-apocalyptic road I've ever seen.
Well, it's because we can't afford to rent and park a bunch of cars on this street. We're doing the best we got, man.
Do you guys think it's a bit out of character for Selena to be playing with Hannah here, or is it the same thing that you guys were talking about with the scene in the store?
No, this doesn't bother me because they've now known each other for a bit, and she immediately has kind of this older sister energy around Hannah. That stuff I buy. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
My
I mean,
problem
Because I just thought it was a similar kind of thing.
No, to be clear, my problem with the grocery store scene is I'm not convinced enough that they're as sure as they are that location is safe. And I'm like,
Okay.
you should
yeah,
be
I
more
mean,
quiet.
at
There
least
could be
here, like, they could be
somebody
sure
in
that
there.
they're safe, or at least they can outdrive an infected.
Okay,
Yeah,
now that all right,
now they're a lot more comfortable.
that's fair. Actually, yeah.
Because we had just seen in the previous scene, like Jim lights up a candle, and that light attracts an infected from way down the street to jump through the window and jump him. Uh, you know, I'm not gonna buy a couple scenes later that she's just throwing loud cans into shopping carts in the
Okay,
middle
yeah,
of
fair
a
enough.
store. That's my issue
Alex
with it.
Garland, you
All right.
hack.
Alex Garland, ooh.
Yeah. But where I think they are consistent with her is when you get to this scene and it doesn't look safe. She's the first one to be like, "Yeah, nope, let's go. This isn't. Let's get
Yeah.
out of here." She is the first one to kind of panic and say, "Yeah, I don't like this."
Yeah, because I do think that she's characterized pretty consistently throughout the movie. Um, I do see. I get what you were saying though with that other scene.
Hmm. Yeah, I like her a lot. It's really just the third act where my issue is I just don't think she gets enough to do.
Robert was just really rooting for those military guys to do what they wanted to do.
Oh God.
We're not even there yet.
No, I don't know if you have this because you're the other Doctor Who guy. It's always weird
Yeah.
when I see Eccleston show up in this and he's blonde.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a slight adjustment, but it's like, yeah, it's weird first seeing him, and it's like, oh yeah, he's blonde. Other than that, he just does look like the Ninth Doctor to me.
I don't understand. They're not here. But uh we should do some Walking Dead stuff at some soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I don't at least the comic. I don't know if I have it in me to sit through that show right now, but Tyler says I think you have it wrong. Seem to be driving fine by me. No, they were driving on the wrong
No.
side of the road. And
Yeah, and this is where Frank's anger comes out, and it's understandable because this is all he had. It was like their next bit of
Yeah.
hope. So he's the one who's like holding on to it, trying to find something, and everyone else is like, "Yeah, we gotta go."
there's a scene and something else that reminds me a lot of this, but now I can't think of what it is.
Is it The Walking Dead?
It might be.
I was just thinking, it's not the
Oh,
same scene,
you
but
know,
when they get
no,
to the
you know what this is?
CDC.
Yeah, it is. That is what it is. Which is hilarious because I don't know if you remember this or know this. That's invented for the show.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if you knew that. That whole like
I did
thing of the
not.
CDC, that's all invented for the show.
Oh, okay.
In the comics, they go straight from the campground to Herschel's farm. I think. Is that
Basically, yeah. There's somewhere they stop in between, but like it's very brief.
okay? So
Uh,
I really like this moment, but I do have a question. Is it contrived that he decides now of all times to go see what the bird is crowing at?
it's pecking out a body, and that's bothering him. Because he's
Yeah,
saying
just
like,
leave
"We
it
need to."
alone.
uh,
Just leave it alone. Like,
It's a person. It's a dead person. Like that. It bothers him. I get it. Uh, that's a great line when he says, "Sorry, I lost my temper," and then he so sells this transformation.
he's so good.
I think this is the best scene of the movie, and Selena and this consent,
Maybe
she's the
like
one
kill him.
saying, "Hey, kill him." But the reason why she's not killing him is because she's holding Hannah back. She can't do anything right now. So,
And he
and
has the
then
weapon.
yeah, he has a weapon, and then of course Jim freezes,
He
and
has the
then
weapon.
yeah, he has a
He
weapon,
has the
and
weapon.
yeah, he has a weapon, and then of course Jim freezes. He can't do it, but at least the military guys save the day. Happy ending. They're safe now. It's all gonna be fine.
But you know, at least
Oh
he
yeah.
got that crow to stop pecking at that dead body. That's what's
He
important.
did, yeah. But John, he's really angry, and his anger leads to his downfall. It's like a theme or something.
Like, I like to see it. I think you could have contrived a better reason for him to go look at the crow than, oh, it's pecking at a dead body.
No, I think it's perfect. It's like fuck off. That's a human being. He's angry and he has to lash out at something. Noah, thoughts? I've got no issues with that scene.
I mean, I never actually thought about it like that, but that is like consistent with the theme. I don't know. I see what John's saying though. Like, I guess it feels contrived, but I don't really have a problem with it. My thing in that scene, though, I found his death to be like maybe the saddest, like most soul
Mhm.
crushing part of this movie.
Yeah, and it's
Because I
coming.
really,
No,
yeah,
because
I
he's the only
really love his
character.
character.
He's the only character that dies that you get any time like to care about. Like I don't give a shit about whatever her partner's name is when he dies.
Right.
Although, what
Yeah.
slightly ruins the scene for me is, I feel like his daughter should be a little more emotional seeing her dad get gunned down.
Well,
Yeah,
no, you see,
she's yelling.
Noah, it's thematically important, so therefore everything around it is fine.
Uh,
But I also don't think it's out of character for him to be bothered by something like that. The bird pecking at the body is what attracts him over there and gets him to look up in the first place.
I don't know. I feel like he should be smarter than that. Like, if it's pecking at a body, stay away from it.
He's
it's like
just
the
angry.
third. It's like the third time we've seen Oppenheimer's ass in this movie.
You know, I still
I've
haven't
been
seen
keeping
that
count.
movie. Noah's like, there's not enough shots of Oppenheimer's ass in this movie. 0
We
out of
need more
10.
ass, please.
And this is something that's interesting because like at the time, this is a really feels like a really fresh, unique idea. And now I've just seen this done to death, where it's like, oh, the military aren't the saviors; they're kind of the bad guys. But
Are
I
you
have to like put myself back in that mind state of like of when this came out. Like, oh wait, no, this was like horrifying.
are you saying the humans are the real monsters? Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, Robert, we are the Walking Dead.
Yeah. And yeah, I was gonna say that's usually themes we explore in a lot of zombie media,
It's true.
um, which is why I think this is a zombie movie, personally.
But it's such a fresh take on that, though. It's not because John. I don't know if you, at least rewatching this, like obviously I knew where it was going, but it's so coded. Like these guys are going to be cannibals. Like, did you have that ever have that thought watching this movie?
No, because when I first watched this, I hadn't seen this done like this yet.
Okay,
If I
because we're
watch
going
this
to
for the
a lot
first
of cooking.
time now, if I watch this for the first time like now, I'd be like, oh, they're gonna be cannibals. Like the oh, speaking of cannibals, Robert, we need to get back to the Telltale Walking Dead too.
Yeah, for sure.
We need to show Noah that first season at some point. So good.
I should probably play it at some point.
Yeah, but
It's
the
good.
problem is I know you won't.
No, I play video games
I don't
once in a
think you
while.
do. I don't think you
Once
do.
in a blue moon, it happens.
Don't tell me it
Um,
happened. I didn't see it happen. Well, you can stream it for the channel, Noah.
might be a fun change of pace to have me stream a game sometime. I don't know.
And I can show you
There's
how to do
also
it.
there's also like a really interesting intimacy between Killian Murphy's character and Christopher Eccleston's character that makes you wonder if there's something else going on there.
There's
Because remember, when he talks about wanting to bring women in, it's for the other men. It's not for himself. Sorry,
Okay,
you were saying?
I never picked up on that.
I find his psychology very interesting, where he immediately takes to Killian Murphy because he's a guy,
Yeah.
but you can see he views women in a very different, specific, outdated way.
And then here we have the one guy wearing an apron. He's playing the mom, the cook here for this group. Immediately,
Mhm.
like again, I'm just like, oh, I'm getting Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes. It's a group of dudes.
Which is one thing I think is interesting about this movie is this part thematically almost feels like a different movie because now we're talking
Mhm.
about different things. I wish some of this had been in the larger movie because I mean, granted, I am going off of some old memories here, but I don't know what they're saying here to connect with the rage and everything.
I think there's rage. Well, there's
Uh,
definitely rage against women
but
explored
also
with some of
because
the themes.
Tyler mentioned, could the changing process kill you and then resurrect you? I'm gonna double down and say no, it doesn't, because we saw it with Mad Eye Moody. I forget his name, Frank. He did not die. He just changed. He was
He did
still
change.
alive.
Yeah.
Ergo, not zombie.
I just personally don't think that
Zombie adjacent.
I personally don't think that the dying and then turning is such an integral rule to the
Name
genre.
one other
It's,
zombie movie where they're alive.
but I don't think Noah is seeing as much as like a stark difference as you are. It's like you're still changing into something else, even if the specifics
Someone
are different.
else.
But this is a scene where it's a great scene where they show him one
Mhm.
of his buddies who got infected and is chained up, and then I'm like, why isn't Christopher Eccleston wearing a mask? He gets
Uh,
face to face with the guy
Robert,
who then spits
you've
up.
seen you've seen the '04 Dawn of the Dead, right?
Yeah.
There's a scene a lot like this in that, where the security guard zombie is like stuck in the fountain.
I also think to mention real quickly that that scene of the chained up zombie there is a pretty clear nod to Bub from Day of the Dead.
Yes, we have a chained up infected that we're studying
Hmm.
and also
Well,
kind of
this
tormenting.
third act, at least with the human stuff, has a lot in common with Day.
Hmm.
Yeah. If I this is the scene where I'm talking about where if I hadn't seen this movie before and was watching it now, I'd be thinking, "Oh, they're cannibals." Like this is so Texas Chainsaw Massacre
Yeah.
with
It
this
does have
dinner
that.
table and the candles, and it's like, "Oh, they're cannibals." They're not,
Yeah,
but it's very coded like that.
I actually didn't think about Texas Chainsaw Massacre here, but that's actually a good call.
And then again, it's the gender politics they discuss here are interesting, where they're like, "Oh, we're all shit cooks." Hey, late, and they don't even talk to the older girl. They talk to Hannah, like the teenager, and are like, "Oh, so you could cook, right? Because you're female. That'll help." Like they just
Yeah.
assume that. Just the ways we explore sexism here, I think, are interesting. It's
To be fair to this guy, I don't know if you guys have ever cooked eggs. Unless you're like frying them, eggs are really fucking hard to make.
yep.
Especially scrambled eggs, which are like my favorite. I never make them because I suck at it.
I've never made scrambled eggs. I usually only do fried eggs because they're easy, like you said.
Yeah, actually, that's what I had for dinner is like frozen sausage patties and fried eggs because that's the only kind of egg I know how to make.
Yeah, yeah, you just crack them and then they're done.
Yeah. Anytime I want scrambled eggs, I'll just like go to my mom and be like, "Can you make these for me? Because I don't know how to do it."
Now, John, to your point earlier about seeing this as like two different movies and how not sure how they connect. What I like about what we're talking about here, though, with our villain and their motivation, isn't like part of his motivation is returning things to normalcy, and like what does that even mean anymore? But to them, normalcy is, well, we got to get back to making babies and ladies cooking for us. That's kind of the subtle commentary we're
Yeah,
exploring, where we can't just. It's not enough to just like make do with the situation and figure out how to evolve. It's always, well, how do we get back to how things were? I mean, we saw this in real life with COVID. It wasn't how do we move forward and deal with this. It's how do we get back to how things were before that. And it's like you can't. Like the world has fundamentally changed now.
yeah.
These guys are
Noah,
still holding on to the past.
you're right. Like, because this is so close to Doctor Who's comeback, it's kind of eerie when they're just like focusing on his face. How much I just see the Ninth Doctor.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like,
Because
Doctor, what are you doing? What are you doing?
what are you doing? Why are you sexist? Um, I Eccleston's a really interesting actor though, because pretty much everything else I've seen him in outside of Doctor Who and Thor: The Dark World has been like a darker
God,
kind
yeah.
of character.
Yeah, I always see him as villains. This scene is
I mean,
awesome. I
even in
love.
Thor, he's the villain. It's just he's not interesting.
I
He
just
doesn't
mean
get
that
anything to do.
that's
Yeah.
yeah. I mean like in something
He's
like this, that's
pissed.
a little more mature and like morally
I
gray.
Okay, this is just a me thing, and this does not affect my opinion of the movie whatsoever. I do kind of wish he was allowed to ham it up just a little bit more. Give me a like, this is my monkey farm now, Frankenstein scene. Give me something like that.
I don't know if if this movie calls for that though.
Is
Yeah.
like I said, this doesn't affect my enjoyment of the movie whatsoever. But that would have been awesome. I just want to see Eccleston get that moment.
Okay, I love this scene, but also we just saw like guts and shit just get like thrown on them like really
Yeah,
closely. Put on fucking masks.
they should
No,
be
yeah, they should
or
all
they
be
should be
infected.
injected. Yeah,
It's an awesome scene though. I love the setup of the floodlights going off and all the mines they have planted that blow a bunch up and then they shoot the rest. Like it's a really cool setup for how they're fortifying it.
Well, especially because we're gonna end this like we do every other zombie movie. They beat the bad guys by just flooding it with infected.
Yep, because it's a zombie movie.
It's not, but okay.
Ooh.
And this is oh fuck, they're bad. And this is again, it's some of these guys are just really horny and angry.
That's what I'm saying though. No, as you say, it doesn't fit. But these like grunts are basically cartoon villains.
Mm,
Oh, like some are worse than others. Like there's like the token like really bad guy, and of course this is
yeah,
the scene where they try to lull you into thinking, oh no, Christopher Eccleston's cool. He doesn't condone this, and then he takes Killing Murphy aside and is like, okay, bro, this is actually what's going on. You're a dude, like you're cool with it, right? Like again, he's weirdly trusting, but not again, not I think in a bad way, like you said, Noah, just the way he so quickly takes to him.
yeah.
Um,
No, I think there's something interesting that he automatically assumes that the guy from this group is going to go along with their plans.
Because he's
mhm,
another guy, and surely he wants to return to how things were, just like
yeah,
the rest of them.
because this now that we're at this part of the movie, the first time I watched this really surprised me. This turn it takes of yeah, we use that message to attract people because we specifically wanted women. Because
Yeah,
we're bored, we're a bunch of dudes and we want women. But it's not just for the sex stuff, it's also like, well, they can also cook and clean, the way it was in the old days. Like that is entirely how
This
these guys see women. It's just reproduction and cooking and cleaning.
I
yeah.
love the comic that I have that, like I said, branches between days and weeks. What I really want though is a comic that explores the 28 days before Jim wakes up. Like, what is actually left of the government?
That would be
How did
fascinating.
everyone get infected?
Yeah. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4.
You could just make it a mini series and call each issue like a
Mhm.
day.
Yeah. And this is what I was talking about earlier too, where this wasn't like Eccleston's character's idea for himself. He's like, well, one of my guys got real low and almost took his own life because he's lonely. So I'm doing this for my men. I don't think Eccleston's character is planning to, you know, you know, um,
Yeah,
which is why I find just the relationship between these two so interesting.
No, that's what I'm saying is Eccleston's character has, I think, a lot of depth and interest. All of his men are stereotypical grunts with no depth to them.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think that could just be a screen time thing. I don't know, doesn't bother me, but I get it.
Bother me,
And
but if the grunts are going to be a
yeah,
little cartoony, let him ham it up a little bit.
I still like his performance. It's very
I
subtle and
mean, I
evil,
do.
but I think it works. And this is the part where I'm like, Killian, stop shouting. Just run.
you're gonna alert some attention.
And I also like though that there's at least one decent human being here, who they're gonna turn on, who's not into this plan.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have been screaming at the top of your lungs, idiot. And Noah, have you
Join
seen
me.
28 Weeks Later at all?
No.
Oh, that's gonna be an interesting watch because I think that kind of fucks with the lore in some ways.
Oh yeah. Oh, did
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be joining you guys for that one.
Yeah, you are. You told me you were.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
John the Gaslighter.
Come on, Noah. What are you doing?
Did I
He,
did I actually?
he
Because
needs he needs to go to bed. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
Noah, you bastard.
We're professional. I'm gonna make a point to watch that movie before I see the new one, even though it might not be essential. But I'm not
And
gonna be able to watch it tonight. Sorry.
now this is a pop culture reference that might be lost on some younger viewers. He's talking about a show called The Simpsons. I don't know if that's still on, but it was really big in the early 2000s.
Yeah, it's that show with
Um,
Peter Griffin. I don't know
mhm.
if you've seen that.
Yeah, it was trash.
Oh, hey, that's a beloved show, John. You can't say
Yeah,
that.
John, don't shit on The Simpsons. What's wrong? Why say
It's
that?
got Brian and Stewie, like the whole cast.
Cleveland.
Cleveland, that's my favorite character.
If I could go back in time and
This
remove
is
one show from history, it would be Family Guy, so I never have to fucking hear about it again.
Uh,
this is like the one scene of the movie though we really talk about, at least if what this guy is saying is correct, of the rest of the world is doing fine, we're fucked. About
I mean,
England specifically being quarantined. Like
this
this is
is
the
the
one scene where
tricky
we
thing,
really talk
right?
about that.
Because if the sequel is anything to go by on, that is true.
Mhm.
Because I assume you watched Weeks Later at this point.
Yeah, I did watch it ahead of time. And now we've become monsters.
Now we've become 28 days later.
28 days later dies tonight.
the infected die tonight.
My buddy is watching the Netflix Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I just replied, "I'm sorry."
No,
Noah, you know we're gonna have to do a commentary on that at some point.
we already did.
It didn't work. It doesn't count.
Yeah, but I'm not watching that shit again.
Oh, you will.
You can watch it with Robert.
I'm gonna wait till you're there.
Nope, I'm gonna be sick on that night. I'm gonna be infected with rage.
Uh, and Robert, another thing that I think is heavily inspired specifically by the military stuff in this is The Last of Us with like the
Yeah.
QZs.
And there's a lot of Last of Us and Weeks Later. We'll get to it when we get to that commentary that I was not expecting.
Yeah. The best thing I can say about Weeks Later, we'll talk about it, is I think it has an incredible opening.
It has a great opening, yeah. Oh fuck.
Oh shit. Hey, do you guys think the third movie in this 28 Years Later trilogy is going to be called 28 Years Later Ends?
Yeah.
I love this shot. Him just playing dead and getting up in the bodies.
That's really smart.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just led to believe I'm supposed to believe that all of those people were never infected.
Hmm.
So,
I,
I love the way he pops up there too, like, huh? Is it clear?
yes, it's great. No, there is what I like about this third act. It does have kind of a weirdly like a messed up fairy tale kind of classic quality to it. It's it becomes a storming the castle movie. You know, it's one man alone, but betrayed by the country he loves, and he's got to go. Like you said, Noah, rescue the damsel, which I'm fine with riffing on. It's just a more messed up adult version of that. I still think you can
Is
give
it
her
really a
more to do than
riff
she
though?
gets.
It just that's just what it is. It's not parodying or
Hmm.
riffing on it. Just that's what it turns into.
Yeah, I think it's just the explicit stuff going on is just more at the foreground, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Um.
it's like the fairy tale thing, but more adult.
This
Right.
the
Yeah.
his plan here is the not quite as good version of the plan in Day of the Dead, where that guy just lays on the thing and summons the zombies, and as they're eating him, drops the elevator down and floods the base with zombies. That is, I think, the single most disturbing death in that movie. Not because it's overly graphic, just the idea of letting yourself being eaten.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the
I
scene where it's like, oh my god,
Hey,
I
it's
didn't think
pretty
about
raining.
fucked
that
up.
though, John. I guess there's a lot of day in this third act.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, that's inherent when your villains are military.
True.
One thing I will give
Um,
this movie a lot of credit for, like I said, I don't love this movie. I think it's really good. Um, is for how cheap this is, it's not a like one room drama.
Right.
yeah, it
There's a
feels
really
big.
big scope to this movie.
It somehow feels big
Which,
and
funnily
scrappy at the
enough, from
same
what I
time.
remember, 28 weeks later loses
Um,
from memory. It's been a long
yeah,
time.
it's complicated.
And I'm with you, Robert. I don't think that she has a lot to do here. She kind of just.
What do you mean?
I mean,
She just kissed that guy. That was
she's able to
very
convince
vital
this
to the
guy.
plot of this movie.
Yeah, but then he immediately runs back in.
Yeah, the scene's weirdly cut short. I mean, it is like a really fucked up, sad moment where she she gives offers to give she tries to give Hannah pills, and Hannah's like, are you trying to kill me? And she's like, no, I'm trying to make you not care. Like, that's worse. Like, no, this is gonna
Yeah.
happen to you. I'm just trying to help ease
Well,
the
and that's
pain.
because
That's
that's
so
what
fucked
she
up.
does. That's all she knows how to
Mhm.
cope with it.
That, like I said, this stuff really surprised me the first time I watched this movie. I was like, oh, we're going there.
Yeah.
And
I
again,
mean, what
it's
else is in her like I think it's a good plan. Like what else is she supposed to do?
right. Yeah. No, that's her only option. And
So
again,
my question is, I know they're bad guys. They care. Like so she'll be
they're
out of
really
it.
horny. They're angry. They're pent up.
Yeah, they have a thing called
They should
there's
Yes.
something called sexually frustrated.
Mhm.
they should go back and retroactively add subtitles to each of these movies to make it match with Bone Temple. This one can be Attack of the Gooners.
I love the look they go with for Killian Murphy for this third act, where he's shirtless. He looks so, again, feral.
Yeah.
He has to become one of them. You know, it's
Mhm.
really cool. Just
Robert,
like the
would you
rain
say
stuff.
would you say he went to an island and became something else, someone else?
Yes.
I love the quick shots of him running past the camera because it also makes me think of how he did to be Batman. It's like, yeah, he's good Batman here.
Where are you? Here. He's like hanging upside down. I love that shot of it when the camera just pans past his
Yeah,
face
when
and he's got
it goes
the
Is
across it.
it
bandages.
is it a
So
little
good.
too movie logic that a guy that was a bike courier and just woke up a few days ago can now outmaneuver an entire platoon of military soldiers?
Yes. It's a movie thing, but I could roll with it. Although, and to be fair, it's like 8 guys. It's not, an army.
Yeah, I mean
I think
it also doesn't ruin the movie. It's just it's all these little things that add up. I'm like, yeah, he's good.
It's so cool though. But I think including Christopher Eccleston's character, I think it's like 9 guys total.
Yeah, and apparently they're all idiots and really bad at their jobs. I do love that quick cut from whacking him in the head to Christopher Eccleston. That's very slasher Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This has something in common with a Friday the 13th movie. Does that mean it's a slasher movie?
Sure.
Yeah.
But also, this has a lot of things in common with zombie movies, as we've discussed in great detail. Like a lot of things.
Except for the zombies, which is the most important part.
Well, they're pretty close to zombies.
Tyler
Yeah.
says should have called 28 years later the Bone Temple. 28 years and 28 minutes later? Is that the whole trilogy you're saying? 28 minutes later. That's the big finale.
Hey, look, it's raining. Finally.
We've also lost
Finally.
some of that like homemade look. Now it's just a movie.
Ah, I still kind of see it. I guess there's a slightly more of a production value with the mansion.
Uh, I love this bit where he's gonna free the
Bub.
infected. Yeah, like we see in zombie movies. And then the girls and the dresses again gives it that fairy tale flair to it. Like the mood here is just so
So,
unsettling.
this is just a me thing, but that shot with the zombie that's chained up, the rain looks like video game rain, where it's like not being properly rendered in. You know what I'm talking about? It's really funny. But I also
Well, I
think
think
that zombie is gonna have my favorite shot of the movie. I sent that note to
Oh,
Noah
yeah.
again, where it's just like he's standing in the window going,
The funniest part about that is how the sound cuts out and it's just the shot.
this is the part I'm talking about where Hannah's now drugged and her performance
Yeah,
isn't that different
it's the
from
same.
what it was
but
in the
is
first
she?
half.
They stopped her from being drugged, didn't they?
That's what's confusing. Is she definitely is like I feel like some of these scenes might be chopped up a lot, even when they run in. Like that happens kind of abruptly.
That's
But
what
no,
I
they
have that with a
mentioned that
lot
she
of
is
things in this
drugged.
movie where I can't see what the hell's happening.
I think it's way worse than the next movie.
We'll see. I don't remember the next movie that much. All I remember is that opening scene, and also the one guy that
Yeah, I love it.
See, this is the part of the movie where I'm like wanting Selena to kick ass more, and instead they're just kind of running through the
Yeah.
whole place.
um
It surprised me. It's weird that we don't let her kill one of these guys. Like, I want to see her get that revenge. Like, let her kill one of them.
She should have killed the asshole guy.
Definitely. Although the asshole guy getting vomited on and turning, like, that is really cool and satisfying. And the other guy just running scared.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
this is
such a
some
funny
good
shot.
shit.
um
You soppy.
But like, so I do love just the mood and setting here, and I love these shots of like the infected guys just on their own, just looking around, like, where are people?
Need something to be mad at. I
Oh
did
my
just.
god, he pulled a velociraptor on him. Clever girl. Ah,
Ah,
they attack from the sides, Noah.
yeah. Um, I did just think of this that it is kind of cool how this movie has, at least from what I can tell, one reference to each of the original Romero
Yeah,
trilogy.
yeah, definitely.
Because you got that moment at the beginning that's kind of reminiscent of night, and then day, dawn, and then day.
Yeah, these are all like just different tropes and plot beats kind of mixed together in a different way from Danny Boyle here, and it feels really fresh. Like the motivation of these guys is really surprising and dark,
Yeah.
and definitely stuff we've seen in more sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like I just love how feral Cillian Murphy gets with his performance. But not in a he's turning to the dark side kind of way. It's just him.
No, I
It's
mean
just
now
he's
he's just
using his rage.
now
He's
he's just a
determined.
movie character.
Well, he's at a arc. He's changed.
Interesting though how I don't mean to bring the argument of this scene back up, but when Brendan Gleeson dies, you could read that as him giving into his rage and
Mhm.
therefore paying for it by dying. But in this, Jim is kind of using his. He ends up
Yes.
winning.
No,
So
that is the coolest thing about this ending thematically is he is the only one that uses his rage smartly, and
Mhm.
so that's why I don't like all the alternate endings where he dies, because then at the end of the day you're saying thematically it doesn't matter if you have rage, then you die.
Well, yeah, I don't know if that's what they're going for. It's more just he's just fulfilled, or self actualized. I think him dying can work, if it's on his
I
own
don't
terms,
know.
if it's saving people. But it's wonky execution. But like I was saying earlier, rage itself isn't inherently good or bad. It's just how you use it, and manage it.
But I think if you're gonna have this be, oh, he's using the rage to like help, and then he
Mhm.
dies anyway, then you're just saying, well, anyone who uses rage will give into it.
But not if he dies saving people. Like the context is different.
so was he originally supposed to die in this scene?
No.
No, so okay. You know that scene where like he's laying on the operating table and they're like trying to fix him?
Yeah.
Like 3 out of 4 deleted endings are just variations of him dying during that operation.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Which
it's
is
like
where it
supposed to
comes in,
be.
where I come in with saying, well, if you're gonna do that, then he didn't really die for a purpose, he just died.
But he's wounded saving these people.
But
He
if you're
needs
gonna
to
do that, he
a
needs to die in the
selflessness.
action of saving them, not die after.
That's fair. Again, that's not even the ending we have. um,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying in the
yeah.
ending that we have, his death is pointless. Or in
I
the ending we almost had, I should say.
Almost had.
I still wouldn't call it pointless, but the idea though it's supposed to be like he goes back to sleep. Like he had his purpose. He was self actualized, and now he's
Ah,
going back
I
to sleep.
just woke up from a nap and now I'm gonna go back and take another nap.
But
It's fine.
I think what they were going for with him dying on the operating table, it's like he's back where he was at the start of this movie with his parents. Like his parents, the note they left was like, "We're gonna go to sleep with you." Like that's what they leave behind for him. So I think that's what they were going for
Okay.
in the version where he died. Um,
Interesting.
Again, I still am mixed on how it was handled, and I'm mostly fine with the
I
ending we get.
I like the ending we get, which we'll
I did
get
too.
to.
And I like this scene, but again, it's like suddenly she's not a badass anymore. She's just a damsel.
I mean, she hasn't been a
Um,
badass since like the grocery store.
since the first half of the movie. But I do love this scene of him just going ham on this dude. It is so violent.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm glad this bike courier that hasn't had a proper meal in days could fight a military guy.
You're
Rage is a
usually
hell of a
hung up on
drug.
stuff like that. Yeah, it's adrenaline,
I
certainly.
mean, I'm mostly blowing up how big of a deal it is, like just for the commentary, but
John hates this movie,
it's just this
everybody.
movie was really smart with some of its character stuff in the first half, and it feels like we've gotten really sloppy.
I don't fully feel that. I love this scene where she's like, "Are you infected?" And it's that movie thing where he should talk sooner than he does, but he doesn't for dramatic effect. Because she does come really close to killing him, but that is a great payoff to earlier, where she
I
says, "Oh,
said I'm all right.
Oh
yeah,
my
it
god.
is."
How would Ash operate in this scenario?
Well, you see, he's the chosen one, so he'd be immune.
That's true.
You're really lucky that none of that blood on his face is infected blood.
Yeah.
Yep. This is a good bit of comedy, though. I thought he was
He's
biting
alright.
you.
Are you stoned? Oh yeah, it says she is on drugs.
Like I said, the tone definitely changes here, but I like it. I like their
I
dynamic.
said I'm.
Uh,
Can we recut this movie and it's just Jim getting progressively more irritated? I'm fine. I said I'm fine. It's raining. You might want to put a shirt on. Cause see,
no,
this is what I mean, Robert. Is he doesn't even go down helping people. He goes down because Christopher Eccleston is hiding in that car like a cartoon villain.
Yeah, I don't know if they shot different variations of that moment. Um,
If they
the idea
did, I
might
haven't
be
seen any of them.
but it like if the idea is supposed to be he's taking a bullet for Selena, like that's fine. Um,
But he's
I
not. Eccleston was purposefully talking to him.
mhm. But I also think Eccleston's trying to kill all of them. I don't know. I will say though, if I could change this movie, it is for me. I do think it's a bit far fetched that he does survive a shot to the gut, and then we get the amazing freeze frame I forgot about, which is a really weird choice, but I like it. And very 2000s.
Very 2000s.
And then okay, so Noah, this scene is cut down
Yep.
so much. Like you just get snippets of it.
I forgot about that freeze frame. That's beautiful.
But when they take him,
Oh,
like put him on
the
the
title
table,
of the movie.
Oh my god.
yeah, yeah. When they're operating on him, like that's a full scene, and they cut it down to just a few seconds.
Okay, yeah.
And then again, I questioned like, is there like a setup about Selena training to be a nurse or something? Like, how does she know how to do this? That's
The
a
same
question
way
I have.
that Jim
Maybe.
knew how to take on an entire squadron of military.
No, that's fine. That's adrenaline. What? He kills like two of them. The zombies do the rest.
Yeah, he also managed to sneak past fully trained soldiers.
It's in the dark. They're complacent. They're not used to dealing with people. It's fine. It's all fine.
I like this shot.
Yeah. And I believe this entire epilogue is shot on film. That's why it has such a different look and color to it.
It looks like a real movie.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that as an insult to the rest of the movie. I'm just saying it looks like a traditional.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting to see how the new one ages because that's all shot on iPhones.
Oh God.
But, I mean,
Selena
we're
is a.
experimenting.
I mean, I'll have to see it, but
It's
can we just
weird.
make
It's
movies like normal?
Yeah,
So it says here Selena is.
Anyway.
So it says here Selena is a former chemist and survivor of the outbreak. Okay, I mean, so she was a chemist.
That's probably a comic.
if a bike courier can take out soldiers, then a chemist can operate on a
You know what? Do
gunshot
you
wound.
agree with me that it's more believable that he's able to sneak through and do what he does than her operating surgery on him and with a
Yeah,
bullet to the
well,
gut?
I buy him doing all that stuff. I guess, because performing surgery is a very specific
Delicate, specific.
thing that you need to learn.
He runs up on one guy and hits him in the head with a crowbar. It's not.
Yeah,
And
the
a
fact that he gets the
runs
drop
on
on a
goes.
soldier in the slightest is insane.
It's raining. Okay, I think that's
He's a pretty
preposterous.
lean guy, you know.
Yeah, John thinks soldiers are invincible and
I don't
can
think
do
they're
anything.
invincible. I just don't think they're idiots and they have training.
I
But
see
look,
your point.
some of these guys are kind of stupid.
I kind of see your point though, John, especially because he doesn't have the training that they do. But I don't know. The
Or
fact
And
that
yes,
there's
I
not.
understand that it's adrenaline, but he also hasn't had a proper meal in a month,
He's eating it.
and he has a stick basically.
It's like crowbar.
Do you think they saw their message?
I think they did.
That is
Happy
also
ending.
in Snyder's Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, one of my favorite bits in that like montage when you see them operating on him is just that little snippet of hell written out, and you're like, it's so trippy and weird, and then you get the payoff to that with the hello sign
Hello.
they're making, like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, that's what's going on.
You
But
know what? I will say, because I forgot the full context of the ending.
Mhm.
I would have been fine if we just never made another one of these.
no, this is
Yeah.
a very happy ending, like maybe too much. I think it's
Do you
fine.
think so? I think it's kind of ambiguous because
I
we
think it's
don't know.
ambiguous, but it's that Romero ambiguous where it works. Like if you don't make any more, it's fine. You can just decide which way it goes. It's not ambiguous, and well, we're saying it's ambiguous, but logically, it would only go one way.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, I mean we're
was
not left
longer.
on a definitive answer to whether or not their message was seen. So I don't really read it as a that much of a happy ending personally.
Yeah.
John, remember that scene in Star Wars when a farm boy is running around a military base shooting trained soldiers who can't hit
I thought we
Who
anything?
moved on.
remember when that?
I thought
Remember
we
when that
moved
farm?
on.
Remember when that farm boy was trained in superpowers?
For half a day.
Okay, he still wasn't a bike courier that hadn't eaten in a month.
Yeah,
So
but yeah, I think the ending of this movie is pretty ambiguous personally.
Anyway, that has been our
I think
commentary
it's
on.
Jim. Well, no, we're not done yet. The credits are rolling. I think it's Jim
Yep.
surviving on top. I think it's Jim surviving on top of that that makes it feel like more of a happy ending to me. And one of the other endings they
It's
shot. Oh, go
I
on.
think well, I think it just feels happier only because they didn't go with the bleak ending of him dying. I think it's happy in comparison to that.
Well, and one
As,
of
as an ending on its own, I personally wouldn't call it happy.
oh yeah, that's fair. Maybe again, I've just seen the other versions because one of them
For
is
sure, yeah.
he dies on the table and it's just the two girls walking down the hallway and it just ends there. Like
Yeah, and then there's a
doesn't end
third
with
one.
this sign.
There's a third one that wasn't shot. It's just storyboarded, but now I can't remember exactly what it was.
And the one that I remember that was really bad is it's the same ending with them making the hello sign. And I think it's like kind of recut with what they ended up going with. But there's a bit of Selena talking while she's sewing something, and she says Jim, like she's talking to Jim. And if I remember this right, it's a fake out because then we cut to a chicken that she's named Jim. So it's like a fake out to make you think he's alive, but he's not.
Oh
And like,
no,
it's probably, if I remember that right, I think that was the worst one.
I don't like that.
So yeah,
That's silly.
there are all
I
kinds
have
of
a thing to say about that, but real quick. Hello, Jared. Here,
sure.
just in time for 28 weeks later.
Hello.
Tyler says the look at Noah's eye said it all. Is like another classic John and Robert debate. Are they classics at this point?
I
They
hope
are.
so.
Uh,
They're kind of iconic.
Well, Noah just got burnt out on all the debating in the first half of this commentary.
Yeah.
I forgot about that chicken ending. That's very like Silent Hill. Because remember I told you there's that ending where
Oh
you find out that a
yeah.
dog is behind all of it. No, I would have respected the fuck out of that ending because that's hilarious.
Yeah, like you said, they went through a bunch of versions and they were like, "Fuck it, he lives."
Yeah, because it's the only ending that you could go with that makes sense with what's there.
But yeah, well, it's 28 days later.
Oh, I can end the commentary now.
Sure.
All right, everybody, that
Tension.
has been our commentary for 28 days later. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you guys on the next one. If you're watching live, don't go anywhere. That was just for the recording. We are going to watch 28 weeks later. Noah has graciously volunteered to stay and watch it with.
Nah,
Uh,
he can go to bed.
no,
I'm
it's
getting
only 10
sleepy.
o'clock.
Yeah, but I got stuff to do tomorrow.
No, Noah, thanks for hanging out with during 28 days later. It was fun.
Of course.
Uh,
Yeah.
Robert, I assume you need like an hour, 10 minutes, somewhere in there.
Yeah, so somewhere between there.
An
Um,
hour.
we will be back in a few minutes with 28 weeks later.
Okay.
Later.
Later.
I like how you guys said that like we're not just going to a BRB screen.
Well,
John,
I'm
it
leaving.
is really funny. I've never talked to you directly about this. It's funny how Cap always goes through the end of the credits on his commentaries, and for you, it's always the second the credits hit, you're like, "We're done, out, it's over," and I'm like, "I'm not done talking." Like
I
you're
don't know.
always ready to end it the
I
second the
don't have
credits start.
anything because
It's
we
really
can still
funny.
talk about the movie. I just don't have anything to say. The movie's over. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I
I
don't know.
think we just wanted a moment to wrap up some of our thoughts there, but
Yeah,
you
and
know.
you never ask. You're always like, "Okay, it's done. Goodbye. Well, let's go."
Oh, I'm sorry.
Always.
I'll ask permission next time.
And I'm like,
All
"I'm
right.
not talking." Noah's got to go to bed.
No,
Yeah.
it's got to be an old
Well,
man. They can hear
I'm
us,
an
by
old
the
man.
way. Like we're still live.
Like-
As long as
All right.
Noah doesn't say something horribly controversial again.
Oh
Oh
my
no,
Oh,
god.
28 Days Later is a zombie movie.
that's true.
Horribly controversial. All right. Well,
Okay. Well,
Okay,
no, it's been
I'll be
fun.
back in a minute.
Yeah.
yeah. I gotta get going. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one.
Welcome back, everybody. Pardon me while I fix the Discord cameras because Noah's a dick. Oh, hi, Robert.
Hello.
I gotta fix our faces on Discord on OBS. So Noah
Oh.
threw the whole thing out of whack.
He told me ahead of time he was only doing the first one.
I know. I was just trying to gaslight him into staying. It's fine.
how, how dare he work tomorrow
I know that
and need
bastard.
sleep?
Of the two, I'm more excited to do this one because I don't remember it as well.
And this one you think you do see in the theaters?
No, I know I didn't see this until DVD, but
Okay. But
because
it's
I
been a
didn't even
while since
know
you.
I didn't even know this was happening until I found it at Walmart.
Oh, weird. I think I remember the ads for it. Like, I remember when it was coming out. Also, there's a lot of, oh, this person's in this movie?
There's a lot
If
of
you
that. I
remember.
remember when Once Upon a Time that show was coming out. The dad from this is in that, and I was like, oh, it's that guy.
Yeah. Robert Carlyle. Yeah, he was really popular on that show. And he's great. He's a great character actor.
This is '07, right?
Um, yes. I had to double check that because, again, it's got multiple release dates, but it is '07.
Back in Brits. All right. Welcome back everyone. As always, oh wait a minute. Welcome to our commentary on 28 weeks later, getting ready for 28 years later, which hits theaters today? Question mark.
Yeah, basically. It's this weekend.
Um, we are finally doing 28 days and weeks later. By the time these individual commentaries go up, the movie will have been out for a while. Robert, this isn't going to be interesting to anyone. I uploaded all of our Evil Dead videos, so our Wednesday slot is full till October. Um,
Hell yeah.
all right. Let's see. Timer. Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
In three, two, one, play.
And this release is weird because it's not Searchlight for this one. It's just 20th Century Fox.
Yeah, this one is not an independent film.
Yeah, I guess. No, that's a good point. So it's like the first one's an independent film, and then Fox distributes it, and now it's an IP. Now it's a brand. Also, remember Fox Atomic? Because I
Oh.
don't. Or what's this one?
It should be important to note that none of the creative team came back for this.
Yeah, Alex Garland and Danny Boyle. They have executive producer credits, and that's it.
It should also be noted there's like 5 names on the screenplay for this thing.
And I think it shows.
Oh, wait a minute. No, sorry. 4 names. One of the guys' name is so long it takes up 2 rows. But no, this movie is all over the place.
It's got a lot of good ideas. Here's what's weird about it. It's like structurally and narratively in terms of like POV, it's more experimental and unconventional to the first one, but like the way it's shot and executed is like a more conventional movie. It's really strange.
Well, and from memory, it raises a lot of weird questions with the infection. Because this woman is immune from memory.
Yes.
Why is she immune? How?
They don't explain it, but they talk about like she has a specific gene that's they set up that there's something that she's passed on to her son, which is like the different iris colors. So that's like the first idea that like, oh, there's something different about her, and then it's gonna be really important that whatever she has that makes her immune, she passes on. Um, and I mean, I'm fine with that in an infection type of movie like this, exploring like you know, because that's just par for the course with diseases. It's like there is somebody who might be immune or react to a disease differently than another person. The movie also doesn't explore that a lot.
That's the bigger issue. Is it doesn't explore it, and if the virus is rage itself, it's weird to have somebody in the sequel be immune to rage.
They
Especially because
almost
she's from memory, she's not gonna act immune.
no, she still is a little off. We'll get there. Okay, put a pin in that because we'll get there
Yeah.
when we get there. Um, yeah, we start up with the setup of just all these people in this house.
And this
Robert
is your
Carlyle
typical
is there.
sequel bait where it's like, yeah, we know it didn't look like anybody survived in the last movie, but they did.
These people did.
Tyler, how do you feel about this sequel, Robert? I mean, watch the commentary. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I think it starts really strong.
No, this
Um,
opening is incredible, especially the very end of this opening.
yeah. I also wonder how cut down this opening is.
This guy's a dick. What are you talking about? They didn't eat people in the first one.
Well, that's something they talk about, or at least speculate on in the first movie that this one runs with, is that the idea that the infected do die out pretty quickly. And then what we do with her being immune or infected the way she is an excuse to make it start all over again. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting nuggets of ideas that I don't know. When you start pulling threads, it's like that didn't amount to much. I don't know.
God.
The light. So this is gonna be an issue I have with this opening though. It's I guess that I'm very confused on if they know this kid or not. I get
Is
the
this
idea
the
that
kid
she's
from
acting.
later on? Like,
Sorry, what?
is this the main kid?
No,
Oh, okay.
this is a different kid, and I can't. I get that like her maternal instincts are kicking in, but she like latches onto him super hard, and if she's talking about if she ever talks about her actual children, I miss it because when their actual kids pop up and they're like, "Hi, Robert Carlyle, Dad," I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize he was a father." That
Yeah,
really
because that isn't that a reveal?
it is. Maybe it is set up here. Like there could be dialogue here. I'm just missing because the scene is so frantic. But oh my god. And this is funny because we were talking about this movie like a week ago and how the infection works. You're like, well, the infected in 28 in the 28 movies, like they don't bite people. It's like, well, there you go. They do.
They do in this one.
They do a lot in this one.
Well, no, because I in this one I think we kind of settle on like, it's just a zombie thing. They're not infected anymore.
And then again, real inconsistent when blood turns people or not. And I like how some of this movie works. One thing you were talking a lot about on the first commentary was how with the shaky cam and stuff, you had trouble telling what was going on. I think they ramped that up to an 11 in this movie, and it's worse.
Having that right now.
There's a lot of frantic action where just
You
the
can.
geography is confusing.
Has Taken
The
come
layout
out
of
at
this
this
house is
point?
confusing. Oh, well, this is around that. And Taken doesn't start it. That starts with the Bourne movies. That makes it a trend. But I think Taken's '08, so it's like around the same time. But I was getting like Quantum of Solace flashbacks watching this with so much shaky
I'm
cam and
so
quick
glad
cutting.
we're. I said the magic word. What?
Zombie.
Okay,
The
sure.
Z word.
Oh, like
Oh my god, all these people I've seen for 10 seconds are dying.
this also just isn't how the infected acted in the first one.
Sometimes
Yeah.
um yeah, all throughout this movie it's like sometimes they act like zombie like fast zombies and sometimes they're just, angry and violent. And then this scene is confusing. It's like the movie frames this like he's and by the way, I still really like this opening for the most part, besides the shaky cam. The movie frames it like he's a dick for leaving them, but that's fight or flight, baby. She ran after that kid for some reason and then was stuck in a room with infected. He made a judgment call. Yeah, how do you feel about this choice?
I mean, I think he is a dick for leaving his wife there, but she's also an idiot for running after this kid she just met.
Like it's fucked up. Um Now this shot I really like.
I think
This
this is
like
the
room
shot
shot or
everyone's
this
talking
looks great.
about. When they're
Yeah,
like the shot opening is incredible.
and his performance is great. Um, and then immediately we're doing the music from the first one, and
Remember
I think they
28
use it
Days
too much.
Later?
I'll see if you notice it, but I think they use this music too much in this movie. It's like every 10 minutes, and it's very selective in the first one.
Do you buy that he's able to outrun all these people this long?
Not really. Remember your issue in the last one when they're like trying to change the tire and
Yeah.
being confused on how much time it has? I think this has the exact same problem.
No, this is all the sloppy bits of Days, just as the
Ramped up.
entire sequence.
Yeah. Oh no, Jacob, that asshole guy earlier.
I feel
Okay.
bad for him.
Yeah.
Not
Do you agree with me that this does feel like a longer sequence they just cut down to?
mostly the opening. Like I feel like that could have just been the movie, as those people.
Yeah. No, it becomes a different movie like 4 times. I'm not
Yeah,
even saying that's
because
a bad thing.
from what I remember, then we're gonna have that long section where it's very Last of Us, where they're just in like it's post virus, and then when they find the mom, it turns into a third movie.
And then it becomes another movie after that, and then another movie after that. Which isn't inherently a bad
I
thing.
think
I think.
I think the problem, Robert, with him is he doesn't go back. Once he's clear, he doesn't go back for them. He just
Yeah.
went, they're dead.
Well, they are though.
But the mom isn't, and he never checks.
Okay, this is where I'm not saying you're wrong. It's the way the sequence is shot is confusing.
Yeah.
We have a shot of her in the window getting pulled back, and it's unclear if that's his POV or not. If he see, because we as the audience know, oh, she's dead. She's not, but I mean, she is bit. That did happen. Um,
And this is a really cool idea for a sequel. Is the infected are gone. Like life is
Yeah, and
getting back to normal.
this is the chunk of the movie I wish we spent way more time on, but it's a horror movie.
So
We got to get back to the zombies.
there's a Doctor Who bit with that giant wheel where he's
Mhm.
like he describes this thing he's looking for, and it's that wheel, and it's that gag of like you're looking at what you need, but it's not clicking. And then he turns around and looks at it. It's like what? Turns around and looks at it again. What? And then on the third time he gets it, and that's all I could think of every time I see that wheel. Because that joke is always funny to me. I don't know why.
Mhm.
28 weeks later.
It's Hawkeye.
This might be the first thing I see him in. But it didn't click with me when I saw the Avengers that this was the same guy.
Hmm. Yeah, and then I think he's in like the Hurt Locker like a year after this movie, and that's when he really blows up, and then he's everywhere.
Hey,
And
it's the
here
guy from
he's
Lost.
still. Oh, cool. There is one shot we just talked over that's like kind of a visual callback to the first one, looking up at that airplane going overhead, which is a bit I forgot to talk about in the first movie. Is somewhere in that I think it's Cillian Murphy looking up and he sees an airplane, so that's paid off later when the other guy's talking like, oh no, there's still civilization. Like there are people in planes and shit. We are quarantined. We are fucked. The rest of the world moved on without us, which again, this movie kind of taps into, but I think could go further with that.
Yeah, and then the thing I'm worried about with the new one is based on the ending of this, you're just moving into, oh, it's a generic post apocalyptic world.
Hmm.
Unless they ignore that. I don't know. I haven't even seen the
Yeah.
trailer.
Okay. All I'll say from things I've heard, I don't know if 28 years later like retcons this movie, but for all intents and purposes, they're like, yeah, this is just a sequel to Days. We're not thinking about weeks.
I kind of
Um,
wondered if they'd do that. Jareth, why did they skip 28 minutes later? Because the third one took 28 years to make.
yeah. And personally speaking, I think the new status quo we're getting for the new movie coming out is more interesting. I like a decades long lived in
Yeah,
apocalypse.
that's what I like
For
about
that.
Land of the Dead.
Mm. Yeah, like there's almost some Land of the Dead in this, just in that you have like
Kind
people
of
have
a
moved on,
forming,
except
somewhat functioning society.
yeah, the difference is this status quo is the infected are gone, like it's over.
This is all very Last of Us.
Hmm. And this is where they set up the iris variation, and there's something that's been passed on
So
from
my
his mom.
question is, because they fly in, so like, were they just overseas at the time, or
Yeah, they talk about I wish they talked about this stuff more because that's a good because later the daughter will be talking about like living in like weird camps or something. Um, like I think the idea is they just got out of London really early on, but the parents were left behind for some reason. I'm There's a lot of context I'm missing for this family.
that was a cool transition though.
Hmm. And I remember when this came out, I feel like the general conversation was just, yeah, it's a sequel. I don't know. Like
It didn't make
this
any
wasn't huge.
impact.
It's just another one. I know people like this movie. Like I'm not saying like everyone hates this or whatever. It's just the reaction I usually hear is, whatever, or that's pretty good. Like
I am curious to
I
see
never
how
hear
this holds up
strong
because I
feelings.
did like it when it came out.
I just remember hearing a lot of, I like the first one better. And another point you made earlier that made this kind of a weird sequel at the time was just no character crossover from the first one. It is a very standalone sequel. That's also very Romero because he does that with his
It
movies.
is the difference is Romero's movies feel like an anthology. This
Mhm.
wants to be a sequel, just with none of the characters coming back.
Yeah, I think you could have made this. Like
All
the
you have to do
story
is just
probably could have
make
worked.
it, because this is only 5 years after the first one. All you'd have to do is just make another survival movie with a different group. Make this the movie about the end of the infection, and then make months the, oh, we think we've got this under control. No, we don't.
Mhm.
Because there's even commentary you could do here with like the U.S. military has stepped in and kind of
Yeah.
taken over Britain, but from memory they don't do anything with any of that.
No. Yeah, like Jeremy Renner being American is just a thing I'm not thinking about watching this
I didn't
movie.
even
He's just
remember
so
until I
forgot.
heard that intercom lady going, the U.S. military is responsible for
Mhm.
your. Well,
Yeah,
I've
that's
seen
such
this
a
movie and they
cool
do a
idea.
bang up job.
But
Well,
and
and
then he
it's
gets
also
confused.
weird.
Wait, wait. Oh, sorry. Go on.
We'll talk about it more, but I guess I'm should say I was coming at that lady's like affliction the wrong way, because they specifically say she's not immune, she's a carrier.
Yes.
What? That's why I was really happy when The Last of Us Part 2 was like, no, it's not that she can be infected and give other people the virus. It's she's just immune. She can't infect
Well,
other people.
mhm. And another thing that's gonna be funny is Idris Elba comes in this movie as like military guy in
Oh,
charge.
shit.
But oh, you forgot Idris Elba's
I
in this?
forgot about that, yeah.
Okay, listen to his act. So I'm pretty sure he's playing American, but he's a British actor playing, I think, an American soldier, and I couldn't tell how much he was hiding his accent or not.
Yeah, because I've never heard him hide his accent. Even in like, I think it even comes out in like the Suicide Squad.
Oh yeah, he's very British in that. But I like this. I always like the status quo. See, I don't know. I feel like this is where the studio is like, okay, this is cool and all, but it's a horror movie. Let's get back to the zombies. I personally kind of want to live in this environment a little longer than we do. Because this is going to go to shit very quickly.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, just. Tonight we are canceling the apocalypse. Okay, it does say US on his thing. Okay.
Yeah, it just sounds like every other Idris Elba performance I've ever heard. That's hilarious. He really perfected that role with Pacific Rim.
Mm, I think he should be the main character of that movie.
He should. I didn't hate Charlie Dunham's character.
Charlie Hunnam. I've liked
Hunnam.
no, and I've liked him better in other stuff.
The only thing he has going for him is that connection with his co-pilot, and
Mhm.
that's resolved by like halfway through the movie.
Yeah, but
No, this movie would be so good if it was just like living in the society, and then the third act is it all collapses. If you're gonna homage Romero, can you keep it consistent? Do it in the sequel too. Romero literally wrote the blueprint for this movie.
and then I think probably my single biggest issue with this movie in terms of is contrivances.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that in this. It's something I can usually roll with. It's a movie, but they do it a lot. Where
Okay, so yeah,
this
she
guy,
just had a line about a refugee camp. That feels
yeah,
real retconny.
it does.
Because like if that's the case,
Like,
why wasn't Selena in one of those camps? Why wasn't Frank?
well, they don't have time to make camps because in this universe, you're infected in seconds. The idea is it spreads very quickly.
Yeah.
Um,
Hi lads, I'm English, yeah.
I like that Robert Carlyle's not hiding his accent. I think he's got a great accent. He's also the Bond villain in The World Is Not Enough.
He is.
Uh,
I don't know if I've ever told you that's my first Bond movie.
oh, cool.
No, Brosnan is like my favorite Bond, just because that's I think the most traditional Bond look.
Mhm.
He just doesn't get the best material to work with.
No, he does not.
But I do like The World Is Not Enough a lot.
Yeah, that's moments. Wee cottage. And it's funny. This is the first. Oh, this is reminding me of The Last of Us, and The Last of Us does this way better. Of he is going to lie to his children about what happened, and I don't think the movie capitalizes on that nearly enough. There are really interesting ideas and threads in this movie that if you took out, don't really change anything. It's like one scene where we talk about it because I am really locked in on this first act with him as our protagonist. I love how flawed he is and
No, and it's
why
funny
he's
because if I remember correctly, the way he gets infected is just as contrived as the Frank and the body thing. Maybe even more
yeah,
so.
but in a different way. Oh
It
no,
says die
Jess
another
says,
day. Is that the one with Holly Berry?
yeah, that's the last
Oh
Brosnan
God.
one. That's
Oh
not a good
God.
one to start
I
with.
saw
I
that
hope
in
you enjoy
theaters.
it.
I was like, what am I watching?
That is that is one of the that is the Batman
Movies
and
of all
Robin of
time.
Bond movies. Yeah.
Hey. Batman and Robin is peak. Okay.
Batman and Robin does have a better villain than Die Another Day. I will say that. Just Tyler says my first Bond was Octopussy. That's a fun one to start with. Also, a really funny comment out of context.
Yes.
That's an unfortunate title.
Yeah, and it's not even an like I'm from what I remember from memory, that movie should be way crazier for the title it has.
It should. It's fine. Like I'm not crazy about that movie. It also it doesn't go as batshit as Moonraker does, and like you said, you think it should with that title. But oh god, this scene's so good. Like he is really selling this.
Yeah.
He is selling a man grieving his wife while lying to his children, and
Well, you forgot Robert
uh,
Carlyle's best role, which is right before this movie, in the hit film Aragon. Aragon.
oh my god,
He's the like main villain that they fight.
is he?
He's
I, th-
Durza.
I thought John Malkovich was an Aragon.
No, John Malkovich is the big bad, like the
Okay,
Voldemort.
okay,
Robert Carlyle is the villain of the film. He's the henchman that Aragon has to
okay.
fight. It would be such a waste of good casting too, because like they got Jeremy Irons as their Obi-Wan.
Good casting. Oh, and of course, the other big thing I know Robert Carlyle from is Train Spotting, which is great. And the
Seen it. Robert's just the world's biggest fan of Once Upon a Time.
my sister liked that show back in the day. Like
He
I've seen parts of
loves
it.
he loves his performance as Rumpelstiltskin.
Everyone says he's the best part of it. I've heard from many people, man, that show sucks, but when he's on screen, it's good time.
Sounds about right.
Oh, he's also in Stargate. Yeah,
I've
Stargate
never seen that.
universe.
So this guy that
That's
I
how
said
they
was
make
in Lost, the black guy here, he was
it.
also on Constantine, the short-lived NBC show.
Oh,
I don't
cool.
know if you ever watched that.
Oh, he's in the Matrix sequels. No, the black guy.
Oh, it's like, wait a minute, I don't remember him in the Matrix movies. Yeah, that's Harold Perrineau. Ooh, you, I don't know. Have you seen Constantine?
No, not. I might have seen the pilot, but that's it. No, I haven't seen Constantine. I've seen all the awful CW crossovers he appears in. I need to watch his actual show.
I was so sad when they were like, "Yeah, we got him to play Constantine again," and then they announced it's in Days or Legends of Tomorrow. It's like, oh fuck.
Oh.
That's a that Warner Brothers is a monkey paw.
Yeah. Hey, at least he got a voice in some of those animated movies. That's fun.
Justice League Dark is pretty good.
Yeah. Apocalypse War is wild, but
Apocalypse War might be the best of them because it's insane.
it's crazy they gotta go that far. That's one of the
Okay, so what is the point of this scene? It looks like they're going to assassinate that guy.
so yeah, no. The idea is he's just he's a sniper. He's just checking on everyone. He's just using a
Whoa,
scope to dream sequence.
that looks really bad.
Yeah, it's also weird because it's framed as the son having that dream sequence, but why? Like, I get that he finds out that his mom died, but it's that movie thing of, yeah, but how does he know what that looks like? It's really weird. Because you assume that's going to be the dad's nightmare. Like, oh,
Nope.
fuck.
I'm remembering this now. The kids sneak out. This is what's awkward, Robert. The kids are going to sneak out from memory, and she's still going to be at that damned house.
No, it's not even, it's not, but it's not that house. That was a different house. So she survives,
Oh,
goes back to their house, and conveniently, she's at their home when the kids sneak out and fight it. And it's like, yeah, that's the first part of this movie where I'm like, this is, we're pushing it, but okay, I'm with it.
okay. Yeah,
And, okay,
sure.
so the setup is the son's like the kids are grieving their mom. I get
And he
that.
doesn't
They
have
don't
like a photo of her.
photo. Do you buy that they do this like the next day? Because this seems really quick to me.
I buy that the little boy wants to. I don't know. I don't. The problem is I don't know enough about these kids.
Right.
Okay. Oh god. Okay. I don't know if I buy that the older sister is dumb enough to do this. And again, it's that movie thing of these are kids and they have somehow managed to outsmart an entire platoon of trained soldiers. Apparently, soldiers in this universe are just idiots.
To be fair, at least Jeremy Renner spots them. And that's going to be important.
Oh, yes. Okay.
That's something. But, okay, so they're like, woo, we're out in London. The world is ours. This is just a hard thing for me to relate to, where I'm like, we talked about this before. Dude, you survived a zombie apocalypse and you're in a quarantine zone. I am sitting my ass there. I am not. Because these kids are going to ruin everything.
I mean, I guess I can understand that when you're younger. You know, it's
Right.
that drive for independence.
And here's the thing: the issue isn't that the kids make mistakes because they're very human mistakes, and you get that. But when your protagonists are responsible for the entire downfall of civilization as we know it, I need a lot more time with these kids to really get to know and care about them, to sell the tragedy of it.
And
I'm
because you could do something cool with this, where it's like they don't understand how bad it is out there, and then they get out there and they're like, "Oh, this was a mistake."
Yeah. And to be fair, with the knowledge they have, there are no infected. They're all dead. That's the information they have. I'd still be I'm not going out there. I don't know what's
No,
out there.
because the infected are dead. That doesn't mean the infection is.
Right. And again, I
Don't.
can get behind.
And
I have, yeah. Don't do that. No, this is supposed to be character building, and I'm like yelling at the screen. These fucking kids. I need a lot more time with them in the quarantine zone before we get here. Like again, I get the motivation. They want to go to their childhood home because they want a picture of their mother. That's fine. I need more build up to that. I need more than just one line of dialogue. I need to see more of their relationship with their father and getting to know what that's about besides just one scene. And again, there was why were they evacuated but not why were their parents left behind? Like I have so many questions
so many
about the setup
questions.
to this movie. So many questions.
You know what though? It could be worse. We could be watching Birds of Prey right about now.
Oh no. But and okay, but I will say though, to give this movie credit, I think it does a pretty good job capturing the style and mood of the first one. Scenes like this, I think, are shot very well. It's when the action kicks in where I think we get way too chaotic. And also, like, they had no plan. They just left, so now their dad is gonna understandably freak out. Like, why the fuck did my children disappear? To make this premise work, I think you need to spend more time selling beyond, like, oh, there's like a rift between them and their dad now. And the only way they feel like they could fix it is this adventure, this getting a photo of their mom. You need to sell me more like, oh, their
Or even just I
relationship
need
with
to
their
know
dad
what
is
their
fractured.
relation, because we're gonna play it like this kid is really close to his mom,
Yeah.
but I need to see that.
Mm-hmm. Ah, it's a shark.
Ah, remember Jaws? Because right now it feels like more they just came for their toys and shit.
Yeah. Like that's her motivation. It's like, I just want to get my shoes. And then he's just gonna be playing on a trampoline. Like,
Like,
I get
why are
it.
you
He's a
staying
kid,
here?
but yeah, I'm like, get the fuck out. We talked about this during our. I know we've talked about this with Dawn of the Dead before, where I get what the movie's going for, the original Dawn of the Dead, and why it works for the story about these characters getting bored and like what life is worth living. If I'm in that situation in that mall, I'm not leaving. I have a high. COVID taught me that I have a high tolerance or a higher tolerance than other people do for just staying the fuck indoors.
To be fair, yeah, like because I agree with you. Like, no, I'm not leaving that mall. At least now, we have like ways to entertain ourselves indoors. The people
Oh,
in the
true.
mall in Dawn of the Dead have nothing to do.
They have the games. They have books.
What
There's some.
games?
Remember, there's like an arcade thing the guy's playing in one scene.
Oh yeah.
Like early arcade machines and like pinball machines. I'm sure in there. No, there's like lots of recreational stuff in there that we see them mess with. And again, I get why it works and what it's going for. It's also just funny that they get bored and leave after 6 months. I'm like, I'm sitting there for years, and there's fucking zombies outside. I'm not going.
Well,
I'll
and it's
stay
also just
inside. Thank
funny
you very much.
because, like, obviously, I'm very much a purist. I like the slow zombies, but it is kind of unintentionally funny when zombie media is like, "Oh, they're such a big threat," but they move like a turtle, and you can just outwalk them.
Mhm. Well, and I think that was the philosophy of like the fast zombie era that we start with 28 Days, and then Snyder really makes blow up with his Dawn of the Dead remake. Is I think what they were going for is, oh, this is a more realistic, like apocalyptic situation. You buy it more that it gets that out of hand that quickly, and that society crumbles that quickly. And to be fair, like at least when you go back to Dawn of the Dead, though, it's like society is still kind of functioning. Like there's just all these like different groups doing their own thing. It's just slowly crumbling. So what I thought was going on here with the mom was, oh, she's infected, but like this is gonna be a new variation. Like the first one was Rage. I thought we were gonna be doing something with Sorrow in this movie,
You know what would be
which is like kind.
hilarious? If the
Oh, go
virus moved through the 5 stages of grief.
on. Because it's like, again, she's kind of infected, but kind of not. Also,
I need
it
more explanation for why she's a carrier other than her eyes are differently colored.
hmm. Yeah, it's just something in her DNA.
Also, am I supposed to feel bad for her? She's going through standard decontamination. No, because if I looked at her and one of her eyes is red like that in an infection zone, nope, nope. That is not natural.
Well, okay, but to be fair, in this universe, you turn in like seconds. So the fact that she's like still kind of functioning like a normal-ish human, it's like, okay, this is different. It makes sense that they'd want to study her and figuring out what's going on. They
That
also
CGI
they
on her
does
eye is also really bad.
yeah, it's weird. But I think what so they think she's just like kind of nuts because she's been out. Like they don't know until this scene, like, oh, she's been bitten. But
Yeah,
that's
no, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense for her to them to study her. I don't buy that they'd let anybody in here that's not a trained uh, soldier or surgeon when she has a bite mark and her eye is red.
hmm.
God, that eye just looks really bad, and not in the like, oh, that's horrifying way. That's really distracting.
Yeah, I think there's like a big contact in there. But I don't know, and this is that tricky thing of like what I want versus what the general audience wants or what the studio thinks the general audience wants. It's like I get it. We are 40 minutes into this movie and we're kind of taking our time and I appreciate that. I still want us to
You
be
know, if you're gonna have to
taking
do that to
longer.
meet you in the middle, cut that opening and just start with the kids at this zone.
Mm-hmm. You could also do the opening like as a flashback just to get some action and horror in your
Well, because you could
first
just
half.
have it in the flashback when he's telling them, just
Yeah.
shots to it, which we have.
Mm-hmm. And this is our one token scene where it's like, Dad, you lied to us. It's like, well,
And he plays it like
and
Mark Wahlberg in The Happening. What?
no.
No.
And this is the last time we ever talk about this in this movie. I hope getting that photo is worth it. Because this is not going to go well.
I'm starting to hate this younger brother.
Yeah, no, you know what? Once the kids leave and go off on their own, I'm like, oh no, it's the fucking Jurassic World kids. We're doing that.
You're gonna emulate kids. Can at least be the Jurassic Park ones. I like those.
I like them. Okay, I get that he has clearance.
Why? I don't remember.
He works here. He's not
Oh,
just a
okay.
civilian. But again, so he has this thing earlier where he says, "I'm in charge," and I can't tell if he's joking or not, but he has like high clearance. It's just really coincidental that
That's
he's also
extremely coincidental that it's his wife and he has
that
clear.
is his wife.
Then
Yes.
he then my complaint changes from they shouldn't let him in there to he should know better.
If we spent more time on this haunting him and this being this huge mistake and how holy fuck my wife's alive, it makes sense that he wants to see her. I call bullshit that there's no guards or anything around here. That he can just waltz in. Because so the idea is like we're cross cutting, like these scenes are happening at the same time where Dr. Lady is like, oh god, like no, she is infected and can spread it through saliva, blood, etc.
That's what I'm
And
saying is why I'm saying he should know better is because he's gonna kiss her, and that's
yeah,
what starts this whole thing.
yeah,
You're telling me he's a high-ranking official in this, and he doesn't think, oh, she's under quarantine for a reason.
yeah. I'm really conflicted about it because it is his wife. It makes sense that he'd behave irrationally. It's still contrived that there's no one here to stop him and say, "Hey, no physical contact. Don't be
And I
stupid."
think it's weird too because the way she's gonna play it is completely different than she's been up to this point, where it's almost like she
Hmm.
wants to infect him.
I can't tell. Again, I was like, "Oh, are we doing like a new strain? Like, is this gonna be like, no, she is changed, but in a different way?" Because I can't tell how malicious she's supposed to be here or not, or if she's sincere. Because if she is sincere, saying, "Oh, I forgive you," it's like, well, that was easy.
Oh, I guess she
Um,
doesn't. Why would you do?
and to
Congratulations, you
be
just fucked up everything.
yeah, and to be fair, from his perspective, he doesn't think she's infected. He thinks she just survived, and
Yeah, but the problem with that, Robert, is then he can't be a high-ranking official in a lab because then he looks like an idiot.
yeah, yeah, I'm very torn on it. I think this is a
What
really great scene out of
if you're gonna
context.
do this? Then in his last moments of like rationality, he should be hitting an alarm or locking the door.
Mhm. I think there's a way you
Because
can
she
rewrite this
she
to make
doesn't
this
look
work.
scared or shocked. She's just like,
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
this is what you deserve. I'm like, are you
she
a
doesn't
villain? Like,
right. She doesn't freak out until he attacks her. Because and that's the thing when he's infected, it is just the rage virus. Like it's not.
yeah,
He sells it though. I think it's a
yeah,
great
no, he's
performance.
so good.
No, out of context, I think this is a really great scene. This is so tragic and shocking, and so unusual for this type of movie. The way he's infected, which is through saliva, through that kiss. Like this is so sad and tragic. I just think how we get here is very contrived and clunky.
This is so stupid.
And look, he bit her, and then okay, then he's gonna do the thumb in her eyes thing. Because remember the first movie?
Yeah,
That's
like
a weird
this
callback.
isn't anger. This is like maliciousness.
Yeah, and what's weird is they play it. It's played like it's his anger toward her just built up and exploding, but that's not what the first act of this movie is. It should be
Yeah.
her anger toward him, or if like she's passing that anger
What is
onto
this
him.
shot?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's so many ideas here we could
Soldiers,
be making work.
shoot him.
Shoot him. Yeah, this all goes to shit so quickly.
Okay, now shoot them.
This gets out of hand very fast. This is General Stone. And you see what I mean, though? How, like, the betrayal, him leaving her behind, and I guess it's supposed to be like poetic justice or whatever, but him lying to his kids, like you take all that out, that changes nothing.
Well, and like he's especially malicious towards his wife after being infected. And yeah, if that's supposed to be like, oh, this is pent up rage being released, why?
Yeah, that's not what the first act of this movie is. That's not what that relationship is. And again, I'm so torn on it because Robert Carlyle is so good, and it's such a gut punch to lose him in the first third and to turn him.
Especially
And
because they're
such
gonna
a
be stuck
cool,
with these fucking kids.
yeah. And it's a cool idea too to be kind of following the zombies POV or the infected's POV because we're gonna be cutting back to him a lot throughout it, but like also not enough. Like it's a weird middle ground.
Evil Dead cam.
Yeah.
No, like the problem is that all of this is caused by incompetence, but there's no commentary on that. It's just, well, we're in a horror picture now.
Yeah, like it's like what the movie is going for is he shouldn't have left his wife. It's like, okay, but if he didn't, then none of this would have happened.
Can we stop
Like
with the strobe light effect?
I'm so sick of it.
Because if this was a competent organization, this wouldn't have gotten past Robert Carlyle's character. The first soldier that saw him with blood on his face would have shot him.
Right. And that's why we don't have any guards of any kind guarding her because they can't see what's going on when he gets infected. It's like, do you is there a way to make this work if he gets in like if he leaves the quarantine zone looking for the kids and gets infected by the mom outside? It's still
I just
the problem is you
You
need the
still run into
infection to
that
get
issue is how
inside.
did he get in? The way you
Yeah.
fix that is you just have one guard and they're kind of maybe they're new on the job or they're an idiot.
Mm.
They look away, he kisses her, they hesitate, he gets infected, and then you can have some commentary on, they're stretched thin, like they had to send a new guy out that doesn't know
Well,
what they're
that's
doing.
Well, and that's how I read the soldiers in the first movie. Like we didn't really talk about it, but I'm like, no, these guys have probably never been in an actual war. Like they're really cocky and overconfident and kind of complacent. Um that's something. This movie doesn't have that.
No, because apparently these are the smartest infected in the world because they can't they can't be bargained with, they can't be reasoned.
Also, so they're going into lockdown, which means shutting everything down and shutting off the lights, which makes it
Just
way easier for them to not see the infected coming and
yeah, shutting off the light
to
seems like
get
a
more.
bad idea. All you need is Jeremy Renner's character to be like the smart one. Have a
Mhm.
line, oh, this is a bad idea.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, I do like Jeremy Renner in this movie, and he is kind of that because he's like the one competent soldier character we get,
This
and he's
also
supposed
die
to.
horrifically.
Yeah, he also gets to kind of fulfill the dad role. Oh my god, that's not your dad, kid.
Like
All of this is your
if you're
fault.
if you're gonna like the way they're playing this is like he holds a grudge against these kids and his wife, like a
Yeah, like
shining
it's The
thing.
Shining. Yeah.
That all comes out of nowhere.
Hmm.
Right? What is happening?
Uh, I get it. It's supposed to be chaotic, but I'd like a little more clarity.
Well, because they don't have any excuse. I've seen chaos on film. The first 15 minutes of Dawn of the Dead, the 78 version, is one of the most chaotic things I've ever seen. I can still follow what's happening.
Mhm.
Yeah, turn off the lights. That's a great idea.
What could possibly go wrong?
Dear God, I don't remember this being so badly edited.
And like I said, I got where you were coming from on the first one, where there's a few scenes with the shaky
Yeah,
cam
it's
and
just a
quick
few
cutting.
scenes.
It's a few. It's a lot more in this movie.
Yeah.
And again, it's like the idea of, oh, the rage of all these people stuck in this place. It's coming out. They're turning on the military or whatever. And there's nothing in the first act of this movie exploring that.
No, like why? They're keeping you alive.
No, in the first act, dude, this is like in the first act best quarantine zone I've ever seen in an apocalypse movie. Everyone looks nice and clean and happy. Just don't go outside the fucking walls. I will say this is probably the best, besides some of the shaky cam, this is probably the best scene in the movie where Idris Elba is going to give the orders of just shoot them all, and the soldiers are like, we can't tell who's infected or who's human. Like, no, shoot them all. Like, it's really dark and fucked up. And I think this is the closest it gets to tapping into like the vibe of the first one and the commentary, where we're now at that point where we're just kill everybody. Not saying that's the illogical thing to do. It's just fucking dark. Yeah, this is it. Where he says, "Stop being selective. Just shoot everyone. We've got to scorch earth this."
And I will say what I like about this is just it shows how fast something like this can just get out of control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I just wish we got a longer first act, giving us more of a vibe of these people and this world.
No,
This
because
should
I
be
don't
more
care about any of these
tragic.
people.
Yeah.
No, I know people are more mixed on this movie, so I've never thought I'd say this. This is the worst version of Land of the Dead.
At least Land of the Dead is Dennis Hopper.
Land of the Dead has Dennis Hopper, and like you get to interact with some of these characters, and it sets up how that city runs,
Mhm.
and then you see it go to shit. All these people, have to deal with it and die, and
This just feels very of its time in terms of horror movies, where the studio is like, nope, can't take your time. People are here for zombies. Let's get to that. We're almost an hour in. Let's go.
Robert, I've never had this before with this movie because I did like this when I was younger. I'm kind of
Mm.
bored.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I will say I didn't have an awful viewing of this movie. I just had a lot of frustrating issues with
I will
it.
say I'm having an awful viewing in that I'm having all these frustrations I didn't have when I was a kid.
Hmm.
Like this isn't the worst thing I've ever seen.
No. Like I will say, Jeremy Renner is probably my favorite character in the movie because he's the one who hesitates. He's like, oh God, he's like the most human character in the sequence.
This fucking kid, man. Get out of
Yeah.
the middle of the street.
Okay, so the kid just got splattered with blood, and he's gonna be fine. I think the idea is that's our confirmation that, oh yeah, he's immune. Like he's not gonna get infected. I think the problem is we've seen many characters get splattered with blood who are fine. We're not consistent with that.
No, these, and you can say these soldiers aren't thinking about it. Their goal is to execute everyone, but he is.
Hmm.
So does that mean that every like native English person is dead now?
Yes.
Hayden will be happy. I think my issues with the first one is the problem with this one is it's not thoughtful at all.
Do you know any of the setup of 28 years later? Because I won't get into it if you don't want to know. Okay.
No, it's not that I don't want it. Like you could tell me the initial setup. It's just I keep meaning to watch the trailer and then I never got around to it.
I think, from what I understand, it's similar to the setup of this movie, but it's a much smaller island that just a group of survivors got on at the start, and they've just been there this entire time. I think
Interesting.
so, but
Well,
it's like a really small community.
that's really funny because those tie-in comics I was talking about tie into this one and set up uh and go by the ending of this where the virus is spreading.
Mhm.
I should finally watch that trailer. I've seen that
It's
stupid
really good.
boots thing like a million times now.
It's great. That is a Rudyard Kipling like poem about this is like before World War One. I think it's 1800s, but writing like from his experience as a soldier and marching. And what they used for that trailer is a recording of that poem from like 1920 or some shit. So that's like 100-year-old reading of that poem, and it's
And
used
then
very
fan
effectively in
edits
that trailer.
ever went crazy
And
with
now
it.
fan edits everywhere. It lives on.
I'm fine with it. I've seen some sick ones.
Oh, look, the sister found her brother. That was easy.
Apparently.
Because at first you're thinking, oh, okay, so now like the goal is to find this kid. That's the rest of this movie, right? Oh no, they found him. Okay.
That lady looks familiar.
Rose Byrne.
Is that who that is?
Mm-hmm.
The lady talking is like going through the steps.
Yeah, she plays Scarlet.
Where do I know her from?
X-Men
Oh,
First
she's
Class.
Dorme. Oh, and Moria, yep. And she's also in Insidious. How embarrassing. Oh, she's Leatherhead in that new TMNT movie. Weird.
Oh yeah. So at least this makes sense because as a sniper, he spotted where the kid was going, so he just ran to that building. At least that works. When Jeremy Renner takes up, that's the thing. This movie, I'm really with it at the start, and then it kind of loses me when we lose Robert Carlyle because his performance is so great. And then it kind of gets me back a little when we make Jeremy Renner more the focus. But the rest of this movie is me like, eh.
It's
Like,
very up and down.
again, it's going for the polar opposite vibe of the first one, which isn't a bad idea for a sequel. It's just that first movie is about like three people who you were with that entire movie. This is a lot more scattershot in trying to give you all these different POVs. You just don't get enough with anyone.
Tyler says that Rose Byrne is such an underrated actress.
Which is great.
Wait a minute. That the girl, like the daughter, that's Imogen
Hmm.
Poots? I know
Yeah,
that
this
name.
is an early role for her. I think she's like stuck with the horror genre. I think. I don't know if she's like known as a scream queen or
Oh, she's
forever.
in your favorite movie, Robert, the 2019 Black Christmas.
Oh, that's the one she's in. I remember hearing she's good in that movie, but she does her best. Like,
Oh, she's in
yeah.
that remake of Fright Night.
Okay.
That movie's pretty
I still
good.
need to see that. I've heard it's fun. I've also heard you're a fan of the original Fright Night, right? The other, have you? I've heard the sequel is like really underrated.
I have
Have you
not
seen
seen
it?
the sequel.
Interesting. And then I know the Fright Night remake has like a really shitty
Sequel.
standalone sequel that people hate.
Yeah, the original is directed by Tom Holland.
Yep.
Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Imogen Poots. She's also in Green Room. Okay, that's the other thing I know her from. Have you seen that?
No, no, I have not.
That's a
The
fucked up
the
movie.
the boy doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
uh, now Green Room. I'll add that. That's a dark movie.
Oh no, isn't it also Russian character from Star Trek? The actor died.
Anton Yelkin. Yeah, he's the lead in that. He's really good.
Well, because he's the lead in Fright Night too. Little reunion.
Yeah, that's true. That's awesome. There's a lot of day for night. Okay, I have a horrible eye for like day for night in movies or shows. I never spot it. This movie looks like it has a lot of day for night, just color
This
filter.
looks like shit. Like there's no
Yeah.
lighting here.
But it doesn't look like they filmed this in the dark, right? It looks like just a
No, because
filters on
there's
it.
yeah, it's like got weird natural light to it, but it looks like a modern streaming movie
Yeah. It was ahead of its time.
in the
2007 or
worst
whatever.
ways.
I do like this scene though, where Jerry Renner's telling this guy like, "Okay, you got to run for us. You got to be a distraction." And he's like, "No way, man. I'm not being bait," because he needs somebody to run out so the sniper's distracted, so Jeremy Renner can shoot the sniper. Okay, that's a cool setup for a scene. And then the kid bolts and does it. So it's trying to endear us to this kid and see him do something heroic. It's just kind of late for that.
What's he trying to say with the dad?
um, I think that's just in his head because he did see his dad infected earlier.
But I feel like that should be some commentary, right? Like
Yeah,
this
we
kid
don't
should
do
be
it again.
scared of his dad. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't do it more. We don't talk about it.
This looks terrible. Holy shit. Is Rose Byrne still alive? I legitimately can't tell.
I think she was shot in the leg. Right, because the sniper was shooting at them and but then when she's shot in the leg, it's like it's very frantic, and then we get a close up of the bullet going through her leg, and like I couldn't even tell who got shot.
No, I think she's
There's a
still
lot of
alive
that
then
to it.
because he's
Yeah,
helping someone.
yeah. So she's shot in the leg and is now running with the limp. I like this part. Um,
Yeah.
so now the movie is, oh god, they're bombing the
Oh
city.
look, light. I can see.
Yay. But now we're at this stage of the movie where they're bombing the city and we got to get out. This is that section of the movie.
Now we're in the third movie.
Yeah. And I think the through line of this movie, which is the through line of The Last of Us, is this kid is potentially immune. This kid is important. We need to get him out. We don't talk about that enough. It's not the forefront. The kid doesn't even know yet. Like, we're not talking about it. Because we're gonna have conversations later between Rose Byrne and Jeremy Renner where they're like, "This kid's important. He's more important than our own lives." They don't talk to the kids about it or anyone else. It's like one conversation.
Oh
Oh,
look,
and now the mom's dead.
wasn't she already?
Well, I thought so, but she looked alive there. Now that you
Why?
mention it,
Why is it like 3 frames per second?
yeah, because it's cool. Okay, wait. Okay, I need to rewatch this again to see if that tracks. But I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't he gouge her eyes out with his thumbs? But then we just
Yes.
saw her. We just saw her tied down, like looking at the fire, getting engulfed in flame, and I think her eyes looked fine. That's a bad oversight.
Yeah.
Correct
Well,
me if I'm wrong.
it's just weird
Maybe
to even go back to her. Like she's dead.
yeah.
What the hell am I looking at though?
He just was like, "Fuck you."
Well, no, there was that weird cut to like a statue.
Yeah,
I was like, what the hell am I looking at? Then it shifted to Idris Elba. Yeah, what the who the
because
hell is Idris Elba? I don't know that guy.
because John, England is destroyed.
Good.
It's horrible. It's horrible. Feel the weight of it, even though this could have really been any city. Like we spent no time there.
Remember when they wanted him for when people wanted him for Bond?
Yeah, I think he could have been a cool Bond.
I think the only problem with that is just he's too old. He was
Oh,
too
he's
old at
definitely too
the.
old now. Well, if it was like 10 years ago, he would have been a fine age for it. Because remember, Bond we usually cast somebody when they're like 40. Even Daniel Craig being one of the younger ones, Daniel Craig's like 37 when he's or 38 when he's cast. But
Yeah,
most
this is
Bonds are in their
definitely
40s.
day for night, Robert. I have never seen a night sky that looks like that.
That cloudy. Well, and now I think it's supposed to be dawn, but doesn't really look like dawn.
Would you say it's a dawn of the dead?
Dawn of the 28 weeks later, and they failed. There are still more infected.
People were in that fucking city.
Apparently, millions. Also, this isn't a big deal. She walks really well for getting shot through the leg by sniper rifle.
That's a green screen.
Hmm.
Okay, so the way this is playing is like they know where the humans are. How?
Yeah,
Like they are on a journey, like to a specific destination.
and this has over. This is one of those sequels that has over twice the budget of the first one, and sometimes it looks more expensive, and sometimes it looks cheaper. It's a weird mix.
And I know
And
they
then it's
don't
like,
know that the zombies are coming or the things are coming, but like, dear God, could you pick up the pace?
yeah. Well, it feels slow, but we've also watched like 4 different movies. So the last movie was we got to get out of the city because they're gonna bomb it. Now we're out of the city portion, and we got to find somewhere to go with this kid because he's immune. We're on like movie number 4. And like I said earlier, I understand the motivation of the kid just wants a photo of his mom. I just don't.
You know what
Because it's
though? I can't blame the kid. That is all on the dad. He should have known better.
them leaving them alone.
Then kissing someone that's in a quarantine zone.
Well, sure. But I still, it's like the
The
next day
the kids
they
were
knew.
stupid, but because I forgot that the dad was like a higher up in this research
Mhm.
facility. No, that's all on him.
Yeah, but it's also on everyone else for not having a fucking guard in there.
Well, yeah.
No one does anything right.
What we're saying is they all deserve to what they got.
Yeah. But I don't think the movie's actually saying that. The movie wants us to like these people. At least Jeremy Renner I like.
I- Rose Byrne, who Tyler said earlier is an underrated actress.
Mhm. She's in that weird like middle ground of like I don't really think of her as like a character actor, but she's not like known for like a big thing, right? She just kind of does whatever. She pops up in all kinds of stuff.
I can't even tell if that kid's eye color is different. I know it's supposed to be.
It is, yeah. Like it's just really funny that like the kids and everyone goes into that quarantine zone, and it falls like a day later, maybe a day and a half. Okay, so this is the scene where we're talking about these kids are special. Their lives matter more than ours. But we don't talk to the kids about that or anyone else.
Okay, so I'm conflicted because I can see not wanting to tell them because there's a chance that they're not immune. Because
Mhm.
she doesn't say for sure they are. It may have skipped them, but we have to try. And
Yeah.
I like the idea of as much as these are the good adults, they're still treating them like kids. They don't need to know everything.
Mhm. But then, so for our next part of the movie, it's I'm jumping ahead a bit, but so a helicopter guy is gonna go pick them up, and then Jeremy Renner's character doesn't tell him that he has other people with him, and won't tell him that a kid might be immune to use a cure. So then helicopter guy is like, "Fuck you! I'm not bringing you guys," and it all just goes to shit. Jared says, "Don't forget about Peter Rabbit." I think Rosebird is also in that. Woof.
I
Which
haven't seen it.
God? Oh, who was in that? I mean, that's like one of those like kids books, like old kids books we turned into a stupid
Okay,
movie.
so we
Who was?
talked
Oh,
about
it
how
was
this movie
James Corden
is.
one. Oh,
We've talked about how this movie is built on coincidences. It is a wild coincidence that the infected just happened to follow these people here.
the exact same. They went in the exact same direction. Yeah. Again,
Well, that's why I was confused because when we show them running out, it's almost like they're following them.
yeah. So I get what you were saying about them not telling the kids. How do you feel about this argument where
This is
the helicopter
dumb.
pilot says, "Fuck you, I can't take them. That's against protocol." Jeremy Renner should be saying, this kid might be immune."
Yeah, no. All you have to do is say the kids
Kids.
are special cargo.
Also say,
Also,
fuck it,
this guy
take
is
the
an
kids.
idiot.
Yeah. No,
What is he?
well,
What is he doing?
he is an idiot. He's also the guy who was scared earlier and like wouldn't be bait. So this is fine. This is a fine payoff for him because he's gonna die very badly. But I'm conflicted because now the movie's gone like full schlock, and it's at least kind of
Yeah.
fun. I wasn't
Again,
expecting
how
this.
many? How many people are at that stupid? This is
Like,
beautiful.
this is kind of awesome, and all the
Yeah.
blood going in that guy's face. Like, I
This
get
is
this scene.
very. This is very Dead Alive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen that.
I haven't, but I've heard of it.
It's Peter Jackson's best movie.
Oh, cool. And now we're running from infected again.
Again,
At least that helicopter scene was kind of cool.
we're back. I'm back in the tree again. Yeah, that guy that was hanging on the helicopter is infected either way.
Hmm.
Honestly, the pilot's lucky he's not infected.
Yeah. But what's funny though is with
What I
all
don't
of our
understand is why is he so hesitant to take them? They're clearly not infected.
he he says that he's gonna get shot down if he goes back with people with him. So I get it, but why wouldn't Jeremy Renner warn him or say, "Hey, this kid may be immune. They'll make an exception." Like I don't know.
I will
I'm
say
just
this is the part of the movie that appeals to me most, where it's just surviving in
it's
an
schlock.
apocalyptic. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But again, I keep going back and forth because what is Jeremy Renner's plan if the pilot's gonna show up and he knows, hey, he can't take survivors because they'll shoot him? Like it's like they're fucked either way.
Holy CGI smoke, Batman.
Yeah. So remember how we were in a city and it became a movie where they have to get out of a city before they bomb it? Well, now we're in another city and they got to get out of the city while it's getting gassed because that's different at least.
Ah, Jesus.
Like I said, this movie keeps changing. Who is even the protagonist? I don't know.
Uh, the kids.
I
Remember correctly,
guess.
we're gonna lose Jeremy Renner here in a minute.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of the protagonist for this movie, and then it's gonna become another movie. Like, and again, it's not that you can't do that in a movie. Like Robert Carlyle being our protagonist for the first act and then turning him into a zombie
No,
is
I
a good idea.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this. Nightmare 2010 did this okay, where for like the first act, the protagonist is Katie Cassidy, and then she dies, and it becomes boring Nancy.
Yeah.
It
I
didn't
mean, of
do it
course.
great, but I was never confused on who the protagonist was.
I mean, of course, Psycho is the iconic example of that. So it can be done. Because how often do you see that in a zombie movie where you have like a protagonist you're following, and then like 40 minutes in they're infected, and then we shift focus like that? That's kind of cool. That's kind of tragic.
Oh yeah, this is where because the soldiers with fire start showed up out of nowhere.
Hmm.
Now I see why I liked this movie as a kid. It's really stupid.
You know what's crazy too, especially given that this is 2007 and the reputation of horror movies by critics in this era. This movie got good reviews. That's
Crazy.
wild to me. Again, I don't even think it's an awful movie. I like parts of it. I like ideas, and some sequences are cool, but it's weird that this is the one critics relax on. Like, hey, it was fun. Like, so arbitrarily. But the Friday the 13th remake, oh no, that's trash. That's not cinema. Or the My Bloody Valentine
Would
remake,
you
oh, this is garbage.
would you like that original recipe or extra crispy?
Oh, sorry, Renner. And then My Bloody Valentine is weird because like that gets like mixed reviews, but again, better than you'd expect for that type of movie. And the studio is like, we're not making a sequel because it didn't get great reviews. Like, what were you expecting?
People are
Um,
dumb,
yeah.
especially studios. I'm convinced you have to exchange like 100 IQ points to become the head of a studio.
And like I said, this movie did get better reviews than I would have expected, and at the box office, like it turned a profit, but it wasn't a huge hit. So I get why we didn't do another sequel that quickly, even though I talked about
Well,
it for
okay,
forever.
yeah, because I was gonna say I don't think it's that we didn't do one; it's just they just couldn't get it together.
Hmm.
Because to my understanding, Garland and Boyle were both on board.
Yeah. And then
I don't know what that 28 months later was going to be, but
so now we're at helicopter trying to shoot down a fucking Sudan or whatever this is.
yeah, no, this is
You,
just Hollywood movie logic at this point.
so
Ah,
I like
yes.
the
That's where I want to go in the apocalypse, the underground.
so they do. I think they do have a very specific destination they're going to because Renner
Yeah, the
did
stadium.
the stadium. Renner did talk the helicopter pilot into meeting them there, I think.
So the helicopter guy said, "Meet me at the stadium, but leave them behind. I'm not taking anyone else." So as far as the pilot's concerned, Renner's the one that's going to show up, not these three.
Mm-hmm. It's not a great plan. So I like this sequence, at least in theory. So they can't see shit. They don't have flashlights or anything, but with the rifles, Rose Byrne's character does have night vision. So she's trying to guide them through this. Like, I like the idea of the scene. It also looks a lot like Wreck or Quarantine here.
No, and this is just like another like, why? What are we doing?
Quarantine, that's a big one I hope we hit on our
I'm
original
nervous to
list.
revisit that because I watched Wreck last October. That movie is amazing.
I've never
Um,
seen it. I want to watch it.
I haven't watched the rest of the sequels because I watched the second one and they kind of ruined it for me. But
Yeah. Well, in
that
Quarantine's like one of those rushed out American
and it got a
remake. That's like
sequel
the
too, I
next year.
believe.
I think so.
No, the big problem with Rec 2, in my opinion, is it immediately overcomplicates it. Where they just in the first movie it's like a throwaway line about rabies, and then in the second movie it's demonic possession. What?
So this sequence is contrived. The kids slip and like roll onto these bodies or whatever, and they're fine. And then they get separated for like no reason.
Oh, did
Because the
Rose
younger
Byrne
brother's
just die?
yeah, she's dying very
Oh,
unceremoniously. Do you know who's killing her?
is that Robert Carlyle?
Yep.
What? That's lame. I mean, that's a cool idea for a death scene, but like, why did she just lay there and let it happen?
Yeah, like she doesn't fight back at all. It's just, oh, she's dead now. And where the fuck did the little brother run off to? Why are they so separated all of a sudden?
There he is. How did he get here? Who knows?
So, we've seen this work in something like it's not the same thing, but something like Midnight Mass. Spoiler alert for that show, but when you get to that finale, it's like everybody is whittled down and killed off one by one, and then it's just the kids at the end, and it's
But
emotional and
that's a plan,
works.
and like it's tricking them into doing these things to split them off. This is just stupidity.
Well, this is just a shit show chase movie for most of it. It's a
Why?
miracle they've even gotten this far.
Why is he so obsessed with these kids? I don't understand.
And then, okay, so this is supposed to be emotional because, oh, it's the daughter and she's confronting her father as a zombie. How insanely is it How insanely contrived is it that of all the zombies they could have, or infected, they could have ran into in the subway, it's their dad?
No, that's what I'm saying. Is like, how did he get here? How did he find them?
Why is it like out of context? This is a fine emotional scene. Like, this is a beat you want to do. This should have happened way earlier, where
Well,
the
it almost
daughter's face to
plays
face.
like the dad has like a link with these people because like the kid
Yeah,
hallucinates him.
it's weird, and they don't talk about it. Like, that's I could roll with some of the contrivances earlier. This is the one where I'm like, I'm out. This
Yeah.
is silly. It astounds me that this has a 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm like, critics are just really lax on this one for some reason, and these are usually the types of movies they just tear apart. Like, the Saw movies are just panned for most of those for being quote unquote unrealistic and silly, but this one's fine.
What is happening?
The kid's running off because he's sad and thinks he's infected, but he's not because he's immune. This is supposed to be emotional. But do you agree that the way to fix this movie, we just need to be on the kids way more than we are for most of this? Like, they should be our anchor
No,
point.
if you're gonna make them the protagonist by the end, they need to be the protagonist throughout. Because I don't even know. I don't know like anything about them. I don't care about them.
Hmm.
At the point at this point in the movie, Renner is my favorite character, and he got burned to
He got
crisp.
burned alive. Now, this is supposed to be really emotional. Like, it's all about, like, this could work if we're following these kids and these other survivors who are one by one all dying for these kids so that they make it out. There's a good story in there.
Yeah, I've seen
The,
this done well.
the problem is most of the characters in this movie don't know what's happening and then they die.
I also think
Right?
Byrne deserved better.
She did.
That's the true crime of this movie.
Like, so I'm fine in
I would
theory
have
with.
died laughing if they walked out and the fucking dad was still waiting there. Yeah, Robert, this movie kind of sucks.
Oh. And okay, I get why Rose Byrne's motivation is, oh, this kid might be immune and he's like our top priority to get out of here. But if you take that plot element out, does that really change that much of this movie?
No, she doesn't even know for sure.
And this guy doesn't even know. He's just gonna say, ah, fuck it. All right, you can come. Because he's just gonna change his mind.
Nah, sorry. Shoot that kid now.
They are covered in so much blood.
Or as much dirt.
Yeah, but if you shoot him, then shooting her is just a mercy killing at that
Fuck
point.
that. She doesn't
She's
deserve any
fucked.
mercy. I am kind of hoping that 28 years later is just ignoring this. Because this is not an infection that I care about spreading throughout the entire world.
And right. And I know it's like the very ending of this movie where I'm not sure if 28 years later is ignoring it or not. Good job, kids. Oh, Jareth said Wreck is amazing. He felt the same way about the sequel, but on rewatch, he thought it was a lot better. Uh, because he thinks it is supposed to be possession in the first movie and that the rabies is the misdirection. That's at least his interpretation. I
I
gotta
mean, I'd
watch
have to
those for
rewatch it.
myself.
That's so lame, in my
Well,
opinion. We'll see.
I guess you could say, because I remember Rex made what, like around the same time as this movie, so we're well into like the fast zombie virus movie era. It is kind of cool if when they're making Wreck, they're thinking, okay, we're gonna sell this as like a typical modern zombie virus movie, but it's actually gonna be a possession
That's the
movie.
same year as this movie.
That's wild. But it's kind of neat conceptually. Um, I need to watch it.
No, Wreck was amazing, and I on Foundation. 28 days later, get it?
Oh, first movie.
I, on principle, hate found footage movies. Teddy, zombies, zombozos. There are no zombies in these movies, sir.
Yeah, they're basically zombies in this one.
Kind of in this one, yeah. Apparently they
So,
multiply because I don't buy that many people survived that explosion.
so this is our downer ending. Um, is oh my god, France is fallen. The infection is spread.
Ow.
Um, is the shot we saw before that is the helicopter just abandoned and hearing somebody speaking in French on the radio. Is the idea that the kid just accidentally spread it and now it's out?
Maybe?
Because if that's the idea, then he did fuck everything up. Because how else am I supposed to interpret that? It's they get out, they're heading to France, we see the helicopter abandoned, and then, oh god, there's infected in France. That's the end of this movie. It's the polar
Yeah, I
opposite
don't.
of the first one, where I said I saw the first one as kind of a happy ending. This is fuck you, downer ending, but I also don't know what's happening.
Teddy, then what are they, sir? Ghosts? They are infected, but they are fundamentally not zombies. Where were you when we had this argument?
But yeah, also the ending. I know you like a good downer ending in a horror movie.
It
This
has to
is
be
also
earned. That wasn't
this is
earned.
and this is just how it to me like every horror movie in this era ends. It's just I don't know, bad ending, scary. There's a lot of and Dawn of the Dead starts that the remake where you get like that after credits scene. That's like, oh no, they're all fucked. There's a lot of movies following Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead that are doing that.
Which is annoying
Where
because I think it works in Dawn of the Dead and it doesn't in any of those other movies.
not in this one. I
Yeah,
forget. Does the Crazies have like a final? Oh god, this is still going. But I don't even remember how the Crazies ends. The
that
remake.
ends with a nuke.
Yeah, after the nuke, is there like an epilogue?
That's the last thing I remember.
I'm gonna Google this because I need to know. I've seen this movie and I've forgotten. So yeah, I don't hate this movie. I don't think it's terrible. It's got
Just
its
kind of
moments, but
average. That back half from when the infection breaks out to them being in the city is awesome in a dumb way, and then it's just eh. Like if I had to give this a score using the letterbox, I give it like a 2.5. It is average. It is competent sometimes.
it's in the middle. Yeah, I think it's a big step down from the first one.
Teddy, where were you when we were having this argument? I was busy putting fingers in my ears and screaming la la la. Well, I mean that sounds like a you problem, my guy.
But also, even though again this movie got surprisingly decent critical reviews at the time, didn't make a lot of money, and
Well,
I didn't hear great things about it. Like,
it also has great scores on Letterbox. Like my friends are giving it 3, 4s, 4.5s.
yeah,
Like,
like
did we
I know
watch the
there are
same
people.
movie?
I know there are people who like this movie. I also never hear them talk about it. It's really strange. It's just a sequel that exists. Like, yeah, they made another one. And
Yeah, no.
again, this is just going off of one person, but my friend, my best friend, I first see this movie with him and his dad, and so this is years ago. 28 Days Later is when I see that, and his dad was like, "Oh yeah, I saw the sequel. I didn't like it." So
This
I
has a
didn't bother with it at the
1%
time.
higher score than the Crazies remake. That's insane.
I don't agree with that at all. I like the Crazies a lot more, and I also double checked. There is like a last minute there's an infected at the end of the Crazies remake, so that
Oh,
movie
okay.
also does it. That's what I mean. It's like I'm cool with the downer ending, but like every movie from this era is ending like that. Of I don't know, they're all fucked. Bye.
Yeah, I love a bad ending, but it has to be earned.
Mhm.
Like if Dawn of the Dead had went with their original ending, the original movie, would have worked.
Hmm.
Well,
Teddy asks what. Oh, sorry.
wasn't this also the era where horror was like super cynical in general? Like, wasn't this the big George Fornov era?
We're at
I
the
mean,
tail end of that, but yeah, we're in there.
yeah,
Not
because I
even the
mean,
tail
like
end, like we're
people,
mid Saw.
yeah, and I mean, Saw is not really torture porn.
Not as much as his reputation, certainly.
That's more hostile.
Hmm.
I don't know if you've ever seen that. Wait till we get to that.
Yeah, and also Cabin Fever, also similar ending. With it's getting out. They're all fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
no,
then
there
the
are a lot
sequel,
of
the follow up to that is the virus at a high school,
okay,
directed by Ty West. Everyone.
and even a lot of those horror remakes typically end on a downer, whether the original film did or not.
The Friday one makes no sense.
The Friday one makes that really annoyed me the first time I watched it. Now I at least see it coming, so I'm just used to it now. But the first time I watched it, it really pissed me off.
Alex Garland's script for 28 Days Later was inspired by a classic horror video game franchise. Okay, there's two options, and I doubt it's Silent Hill. Alex Garland, writer of 28 Days Later and its upcoming sequel 28 Years Later, was inspired to write the first script after playing the first Resident Evil game.
Oh my
Shocker.
god.
I knew it wasn't going to be anything like interesting,
Read Jarrett's comment.
but does this movie end with the whinge? No, I mean it doesn't have the greatest payoff to a joke like of all time, like
That's
Cabin
Cabin Fever.
Fever.
That's something it does right. But yeah, so I could tell this wasn't a great viewing for you.
Yeah,
I didn't even have
it's
that bad of a viewing of it. It was just like,
it's just average.
yeah.
The problem is I'm at this point in my life where I need either something to be bad enough that it's funny or great. This is neither. It's there. Teddy, even like the Friday the 13th remake, which I like, was way more. Ooh, look, we're raw. We're not your grandpap's slasher. I feel like that was so many of the horror films of that era. We'll get to that. I don't agree. Like Friday the 13th is just that franchise distilled to its purest form.
Hmm.
I think night. No, okay. You know what it is? I don't think Friday is that. Nightmare on Elm Street 2010 is that.
Yeah. In all the worst
The
ways.
worst ways. Um,
Like, oh, you know that thing we only like kind of hinted at in the first movie with Freddy. Yeah, we're pushing that in your face in this one.
and I like
And
this
it's gonna
movie.
be
I like
gross.
this movie, but like, I could say the same thing about Halloween.
Hmm.
Like, did you ever wonder what Michael's parents were like? They were rednecks and awful people. Robert and John, how do you sit there on a Thursday and watch the two movies, then watch the same double feature the very next night?
We make time for it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, these go by pretty fast when you're talking over them with people. You know.
Yeah, because that's why when I'm watching the movie for a prep, I like to watch it alone.
Yeah.
If I just watched this movie like for this, and then you asked me anything about it,
Hmm.
Teddy, to be fair, I haven't watched the remake in a long time. Nightmare is the worst example, especially because it's not funny bad. It's just, oh, that's what you did.
It's gross and poorly executed.
Yeah. At least like Halloween is funny. Like, bitch, I will crawl over this table and skull fuck you.
And
Like what?
the defense of the Nightmare remake, I hear from some people who do like that movie,
It's
is
okay.
well,
You can say it's Noah.
it's not Noah, but I've heard people say like, well, it's a horror movie. It's supposed to be serious and depressing and scary. I'm like, yeah, but it's not scary though. It's just gross and weird and
Yeah, I'm not
poorly
scared.
executed.
And
Yeah,
I'm not
it's just
scared, and
annoying.
it's not thought provoking. It's, oh, you're dumb. Like,
The most thought-provoking idea is, oh, what if Freddy was actually innocent in this
and then they
movie?
don't do anything with it.
And then they don't do anything with it.
Teddy, Rob Zombie's Halloween is one of those movies where I get it, but it's not my thing. I really hated the whole idea of giving Michael a tragic backstory. That's
Yeah,
one of those
that
movies where
small
that
bit of
first half is
motivation.
so different. I can separate it from the original, and the original's still there.
Yeah.
Just go watch the original. Because I mean, he's the second half. He's still Michael. Like it's it's just a different way to get to the same path.
Yeah. But so I think, but Teddy, I think, is right in talking about like there were a lot of movies in this era like that were shit like Human Centipede that were really leaning into poor taste and
No, because I've already
pushing it.
said there are four movies that you will never see on this channel because I don't want to watch them. A Serbian film and the Human Centipede trilogy.
Yeah. And also, so I'm on the spot here, but of course, also plenty of good 2000s horror movies, as there are with every decade. Like there are good ones.
Have you ever seen Hostel?
Not in its entirety. Like I've probably seen like the kill count on it and shit like that, but
That
I
is
haven't
what
just sat
people
and watched it.
think Saw is.
Right.
It is Eli Roth going, "Oh, I can do this and make it edgier." It is literally about people paying for the honor of torturing other people. But anyway, for the recording, that has been our commentary of 28 Weeks Later. Thank you so much for hanging out. And if you liked this content, maybe consider hitting like and subscribe. For the people in the chat, we might be here for a minute because we do have a couple people chatting. Teddy,
Sure.
it's a horror movie. It's supposed to be dark. Yeah, but in an interesting way. There's nothing interesting about the. Although he said inter interesting about the
Interesting.
nightmare. Yeah, I mean that's basically what I said. It's not. I'm not scared. I'm not uncomfortable in an interesting way. I'm not. I'm not thinking like it's not challenging me to think of it in a new way. It's just, oh, this is childish and gross and
It doesn't stick with you after. You just want to take a shower and not think about it.
yeah.
That's why the original Texas Chainsaw movie works, because
That
that's a
movie is
very gritty,
uncomfortable.
that movie puts you in a mood and it sticks with you after, and it
Dog
works.
will hunt. What? Are you a Primus fan?
No, I don't know much about it.
Okay. I don't remember. I think it's Jerry was a race car driver. It's a song because they're a band. They sample Texas Chainsaw 2. Just like in the middle of an instrumental, you hear Bill Moseley go, "Dog will hunt." I was listening to him the other day. I was like, "Oh, that's what that was."
That's
Um,
amazing.
Tyler, are you seeing 28 Years Later soon? Whenever it hits VOD.
Yeah, I'll try to see it this weekend, but
The only thing I know
I
is
don't know
that
when I'll get to
the
it.
ending is very divisive, which has me worried. Only
Mhm,
because they've already shot the sequel. It
mhm.
makes me think that this isn't going to be a complete film. It's, well, if you want the rest of it, go see the next one in a year.
Yeah, we'll see. Well,
Tyler or Teddy, never mock my spelling. I
spelling
can't
is right.
even I can't even say
It's
the wrong version.
how do you spelling? Yeah,
Spelling, because
it,
B is so close to a P that my brain just like fixes it.
that's
Oh,
amazing. Well, are you ready to spin that wheel, sir?
for what?
Just kidding. That's a different series.
I was like, wait a minute, we haven't done That would be an interesting replacement for sequel and or remake and original at some point. Is the first and second movie of a franchise.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
but we'd run into so much like cross pattern.
Hmm. Well, and like I said, so next week we're doing Piranha. We're doing that double feature, and depending on what that wheel lands on, I was talking to you earlier about this. Definitely would like to hit Day of the Dead this summer, that are because it's the 40th anniversary. But we've been talking
You
about
got to do it.
that stuff.
That movie's
I'm in the.
peak.
I'm just in
So
the mood to watch it.
okay, so for anybody who is not aware of the schedule, Sunday is our uh, top 10 final girls. Maybe I forgot to ask Noah about it while he was here.
We did.
Uh, and then we are starting Resident Evil 4
Yes.
because Robert has never seen one of the greatest games of all time. Um, and then Thursdays, me and Hayden are switching things up, and we'll be doing either Days Gone or I might see if he's what kind of multiplayer games he has. And then next Friday is back to regular programming for a week with our Piranha original and remake. And do you know anything about the original Piranha?
Not really. And that's a remake that's kind of different from the other ones we've talked about, because I know that also goes very gory and poor taste, but goes full horror comedy with it.
Well, the original
Um,
is because the original is oh, what's his name?
I don't
It's
know
like
much
a
about the original.
name.
I know it's like one of those early like Jaws knockoff movies. But beyond that, I don't know much about it.
Uh, so Piranha, the original is Joe Dante,
Oh, cool. Okay, so that's an early. Does Corman produce that?
executive produced by Corman.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yeah. No, so it's got a all star B team. Sunday, the day of Lord. We've been doing it every Sunday for months now, my guy. Teddy, you should do a commentary in The Exorcist on Sunday just for the theme. It's not.
It's not in the file.
That's when we'll do Exorcist 2 just on a random Sunday.
Dude, I've been waiting months to do a make you guys watch Exorcist 2. It's never fucking streaming anywhere, so I keep putting it off.
I know, it's bullshit.
Do better, Exorcist 2.
Is it streaming now?
I think you gotta pay for it.
Those dirty, rotten bastards. Yeah, it's not. Uh, hey, that movie has a whopping 10% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's peak. God, that movie's 2 hours?
Yeah, dude, it's an epic.
Oh my
It's
god.
old.
How long is the
It's
first Exorcist?
I mean, it's not a short movie. Like it's got to
No.
be at least close to 2 hours, if not over. Like,
Yeah, it's 2 hours and 2 minutes. Has Robert been kicked off Thursdays? He told me to go fuck myself, and he's leaving.
those are my exact words.
No, Robert is taking Thursdays off because he hates me. He will be back in August? Question
Yeah,
mark.
but when we hit August, my schedule should be back to normal.
Which one is Exorcist 2? Because I know is one Exorcist sequel people actually like. The
That's 3.
Exorcist sequel people like is 3 because 3 is peak.
And it's written by the original author. Like it's a legit sequel, not whatever the
Yeah.
fuck the people made 2 is.
Pazuzu.
But
Can
yeah,
we
thanks for hanging
recut
out.
Exorcist 2 and where it's just when they say Pazuzu and name it the Pazuzu cut?
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I want to go see how Cap is suffering with Birds of Prey.
Birds of Prey.
So we're gonna call it there. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Tyler, my grandma's sitting next to me, and you just screamed the F word.
That's on
What?
you, my guy. You've seen the show, you know.
Yeah, it's not like we don't ever curse on this fucking show. So it's two
Yes,
the one
Teddy.
with the weird. Yeah.
It's 2 is the weird one.
Ah,
We'll get
have
to
a
it.
good fucking night, everyone. I'll see.